All right, should be live. What's going on, YouTube? Good night, cheers, and happy New Year to all you guys. I just want to give a toast to another fruitful, awesome year of music. I don't know how this year is going to top this last one, but I said the same thing last year. So I'm sure we're going to be doing this again in a year. But I just want to say cheers to you guys. Thank you for putting all the work that you guys did for this couple of streams, getting your favorites together. I mean, like I said in the first stream, everybody's been, really we're working hard on weaning down what they like and really trying to listen to as much stuff as we can. We're not metal journalists for the most part. I mean, we're all just YouTubers or fans or, just love the music. And we just want to find the best shit that's out there and relay it to all you fine folks that are going to be watching this. So cheers again, guys. Thanks for joining.
Woo. Cheers.
Cheers.
All right. So we got done like probably about 4 hours on the last one. So I'm kind of expecting about the same for tonight. Like I said, we did our 11 through 20 last week or a couple weeks ago, whatever it was. So we're going to whittle it down to top 10 tonight. This is the big one. And so we'll kind of just follow a similar format. I think I'll go ahead and get us kicked off with 10 and we'll go down the list. And anybody that wants to chime in on anybody's pick, feel free. Let's just keep it ad hoc, just keep it cool. And we'll make this thing happen. So, without further ado, number 10 for me was a pick that I kind of went back and forth on trying to figure out if I was going to add in here because it is an EP. But I do feel that this record is strong enough, or EP is strong enough to be included on my lists. And a couple of you guys probably won't be too surprised is The Worm, Blue Nothing. And so this was incredibly hyped band. I'm sure you guys are all aware of this band and coming from Florida, and they just dropped a new full length last year, which was pretty high on my picks last year. Great record, just mixing sort of like a southern kind of like funeral doom with like a blackish metal vibe to it, and but doing some very kind of unique things with the music, mostly in the vein of like the soloing. The guitar soloing is just like it's like funeral doom with Chuck Schuldiner doing solos, and so this new one, this is kind of like sort of bridging the gap, I think, for the band to kind of see what they're going to be doing coming up. So the first couple songs are kind of more in the vein of the last record, which is more just like a very, very, very extremely atmospheric, like funeral doom, death doom kind of thing. And then you flip it to side two, and there's like an instrumental with these just crazy shreddy solos. And then they go into this epic black metal track. It's total like, Russ, if you hadn't heard this, very much like in the vein of that Stormkeep last year, just kind of the 90s, sort of symphonic black metal kind of feel to it. Blast beats, but drenched in atmosphere at the same time. A lot of fun, good release. These guys are apparently turning into a live entity coming up, and Dan, you're going to be lucky enough to get to see them at the Decibel Fest this coming year, right? Yeah.
As it stands at this point, yeah, it looks like it. I'm very stoked because that festival is killer. I went for the first time last summer, and it was unbelievable.
Yeah, dude, you're lucky. I wish I could come out there for it. Especially for this, to see these guys debut, not to mention Gorguts is just doing like Considered Dead and Obscura, I think. So be amazing. But great stuff. I mean, this is one of those things where the hype machine, I think is real. I don't want to, when it's good, it's good. And I think what this guy is doing is he's kind of pushing taking his influence from the 90s and sort of pushing forward, this genre. And I think, like I said, I think what he's going to do next is going to be more in the symphonic black metal realm. So that should be, I think he'll be very good at that, knowing that these last couple of releases has been more of a funeral death doom kind of thing, but very melodic, very just forward thinking, I think. So, and not only that, but the artwork is just fantastic. Here, let me solo myself. Great, really nice packaging. I mean, this vinyl, they just did a really nice job with. Sweet vinyl. There's like a huge poster in there and just everything. I'm not going to take it all out, but take my word for it. It's even got the silver, I don't know what you call that, the foil stamp, which I know is pretty expensive to do. Spare no expense on the packaging. Very, very beautiful, very nice. Even though it's an EP, it's very, very strong. Excited to see where these guys go next.
Yeah, it's such a great album.
That's something I've been meaning to check out. I've seen a lot of people recommend that one. It's in the proverbial pile of stuff to eventually get back to.
I would say that even if you're like not into like Death Doom or like Funeral Doom, this still might, you still might dig this because I think it's kind of a little bit more, shall I say, like it's definitely extreme, but it's a little more accessible, easier to listen to than some Funeral Doom.
Kind of, I knew it was like Death Doom, and I wasn't expecting it to be quite as like, I don't know, diverse and like symphonic as it was, which I enjoyed, yeah, which I think I liked more. Especially that first song. That first song was great. I need to listen to it more though.
The lead playing.
I'm glad you put it on an EP on your number 10, your top 10.
What was that, Dan?
Yeah, that was going to be like an honorable mention for me, along with the Blood Incantation release this year. Those were going to be kind of two separate ones, but I don't know, man. It's great. It's great. That band Worm, it's really awesome, and the lead playing is really killer. It is on the new EP, and it was on the last album too. So they're certainly right up my alley in that regard.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, what's going on, Evan? How's it going, buddy? What's up, Dev? Yeah, that's what I'm kind of feeling. I think it's going to be, which I'm kind of totally cool with. So I think they're going to be kind of going toe to toe with the whole Stormkeep, hype. What's going on, dude? Yeah, thanks for joining, guys. We are kind of. I did want to give a quick shout out to Jeff at Gas Max and Hand Grenades. He's doing a stream right now as well. On there, I think they're doing like 80s metal stuff, so a little bit different than what we're doing tonight, but we kind of had a little bit of crossover. But in case you guys should go definitely check that out when you're done here. It'll be up for people to check out. He's really been doing a lot of stuff lately, so it'll be really cool. All right, so I'm gonna go. So we'll go. The screen layout's a little bit different this time, so I'm gonna go to Tyler next, and then we'll kind of continue at that level.
Cool. Well, the last stream, Dan kind of ended us on this note here. The new Cavian, however you pronounce the band. And what else can really be said about The Great Below other than just, if you're a fan of black metal and 80s shred, then you have to listen to this. I mean, when you have like Jeff Loomis doing guest solos and one of the current lead players for King Diamond doing solos, and I mean, that kind of tells you a lot right there. But otherwise, this is one of those rare bands that takes a lot of the outside influences. It's not just strictly black metal. They put in that ball that I call like modern day extreme metal, but man, it's just all seamless. It's all so seamless, like going from like, super melodic black metal to thrash to like more deathy stuff to 80s shred and back again, and atmosphere, and just killer stuff for sure. And yeah, definitely worth the praise. But I do think the title track is probably my favorite, just because of that whole Slayer into the DRI crossover type breakdown in the middle of that thing. I just want to get violent.
Hell yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah, I still think that third track, I think, is like one of the best songs I've heard all year. So
yeah, that's great too. In Silence.
Massive. Yeah. And it's got a good diversity to it too. I mean, like there's a lot of, there's the ripping stuff, and then there's the more Bathory-esque kind of songs. And I know the guy's just a really good songwriter.
And nothing seems out of place. Like it's not. He's not forcing these changes into these different parts. Like everything's seamless. So I mean, it's impressive. It's just a really impressive feat of songwriting and musicianship for sure.
I need to listen to
Hey,
this
what's up,
more.
Marty? I think that's Marty or Alan. What's up, both of you guys? Hope y'all are doing well. All right, Russ, I think you're going to be up.
All right, number 10, we are going to start with some pagan folk from the legendary pagan folk band Fawn. I don't know if you guys know this band. They're from Germany. They've been around for a while. I think in 1998, they kind of started. Their first album was in like 2002. And this is their 11th album. So they have a ton of stuff. They're legends of the pagan folk scene. There we go. Yeah, so that's them. So it's my nerdy pick. I first saw them at I got to see them a few years ago with Wardruna, actually. This really cool festival in Oregon, like a kind of a fantasy Renaissance fair festival. So a little nerdy, but besides that, they're a great band, fantastic band. As typical in the folk genre, pagan folk genre, a lot of different, old medieval instruments they play. Anything from like Celtic harp, the nickel harpa, which is an awesome instrument, and everyone's favorite, the hurdy-gurdy, bagpipes, all that stuff. This album, I think, is probably their best album in their last 5 releases, I want to say. This is really like one of their albums. They come back to form. Their last ones have been kind of, I don't know, just meh. They just started their own label, so I think that kind of gave them room to, I don't know, do what they actually want to do. And yeah, it's just basically their songs, as again, in a lot of folk releases, there's a lot of reworkings of classic, folk songs, and also original songs. So this is kind of the same, but definitely more of their original compositions on this. It's just a great folk album. There's two good features. They got one with Lindy, what is her name, from Wardruna, the female singer in Wardruna.
Lindy Faye. Hello.
Yeah, Lindy Faye, exactly. The first song has her on vocals. They also do like a song with Elvati, which, when a folk band does like teams up with like a metal band, can, be a little corny, but I think they do a really good job on this song. They blend it well. It's not cheesy at all. I don't think it's a great song. And other than that, yeah, just some great folk songs. Something they've always been good at. They've always been good at having like, I don't know, some of their songs having like a dance element to them. Because they do have like a guy. It's funny, as a folk band, they have like a guy on electronics doing some beats and stuff. But it's usually like in the background. It doesn't overtake the songs or anything. But just a good variety of different types of folk songs on this, like Celtic and Middle Eastern, and some more dancey stuff. But yeah, this is Fawn. They're one of my favorite bands of all time, and this is my number 10 pick.
Awesome. I've liked what I've heard of Fawn. That's just, I think their discography is a little daunting, so it's like to dive in is.
Yeah, no, there's a lot. Yeah, like 11 albums. Their early stuff was very a lot more dark, kind of dark wave, and then they kind of transitioned more into the medieval folk kind of genre. But yeah, they're all excellent musicians. So
I've known them for a real long time. There's just, I'd check out something. I was like, man, that's cool. I need to check out more. And then I would just kind of go to other things. And
some good, some great stuff. Some great like, you know, trance-inducing songs. It's yeah, can't recommend them enough.
I like the live videos I've seen of them. They put on a hell of a show.
Yeah, great show. Yeah. I can't wait to see them again one of these days.
Yeah, pretty accessible too. I checked them out. You know, if you're into
For sure,
like Eluvete, things like that, you know, it's you know, it's definitely for the easier ear compared to like, you know, the more extreme shit that's probably going to be talked about tonight.
Yeah, no, Eluvete is one of the first bands that got me into metal. So, you know, they're always a fun listen.
Hey Nick, how's it going, buddy? Hey man, I'm sorry to hear about the Denver Death Fest. They were going to be doing a Denver Death Fest this coming April. It sounds like things kind of fell through with the venue, and they weren't able to make it happen. They've been trying to make this festival happen for a while, so I'm sure you guys will get it going soon, bro. But you guys are doing a fantastic job with your channel, so I'm sure once you get it going, it's going to be bigger and better when it comes time. So, cheers, Nick. Good to see you, man. All right, Fan, let's go with you next.
All right. So I want to before I give my number 10, I want to preface this by saying just a couple of things. First thing being that over the last couple of days, I have listened to my top 10. I listened to like 6 through 10 yesterday and 1 through 5 today, and it actually resulted in me flip-flopping a couple of things around.
Oh man, that's for everybody.
Yeah, and one of them very significantly. Yeah, it's been really great to be able to do this and kind of like have to collate my thoughts and everything about all of this. But my number 10 is a band that was new to me this year, in Human Condition. It's a death metal band. If you can tell by the logo, it's an old school sort of death metal band. There's a lot of like, for very good reason, there's a lot of connections to the band Massacre, which you can probably tell from the
logo
on is very, very reminiscent of Massacre. And also, all three of these dudes in this band have played in Massacre at one point or another, but so have a lot of other people. Yeah, I really, I wasn't expecting anything of this band. It's kind of a cheesy looking cover, also reminiscent of the first Massacre album, pretty similar. It's a different artist, but definitely in the style of. I kind of took notice when I noticed that Taylor Nordberg was the guitar player, because he's also playing guitar in Deicide right now, which I wasn't thinking about that when I wore my sweatshirt, but we, Jimmy and I actually saw him play with Deicide at MDF this year. They played that full Legion set, and dude killed it. Like, so it kind of made me listen to this album a little bit more. I like it. It's like, it's not necessarily my go-to sort of death metal, because it's pretty stripped down. But the songs are really tight. There's not a lot of atmosphere. Like, the production is pretty modern and very clean, but it's pretty dry, which I think suits this band really well, because they're definitely about tight, concise songs. Terry Butler plays bass, which is always cool. I'm gonna listen to things that he plays on generally. We saw him play an Obituary at MDF as well, so we saw 2 out of the 3 members of this band at that festival, but not playing in this band. But yeah, it's cool, and they do really cool CD releases too. Which this is like kind of cool, but also kind of annoying, because they do different regional CD releases. They call it regional, but you can get them anywhere. Like this for instance is the Mexican edition, which maybe they sold this on their tour of Mexico or something like that. But it's got a bonus track, and it's a Benediction cover. Benediction is another band that I would say really parallels this, because like it's like reminiscent of early death metal, like pre-blast beat death metal in a lot of ways. There's a lot of really good mid-pace stuff. There's decent fast stuff, I would say, like some early Malevolent Creation maybe, but not the like hyper fast Malevolent Creation is kind of similar to this. All bands that I really like. But yeah, it's just, it's weird because they're not really doing anything new, but what they're doing really well. Rick Ross plays guitar solos on a couple of songs, guest spots. So it's very retro sort of stuff. But I found myself wanting to listen to it a lot, for whatever reason, and jamming this record in the truck. Again, it's another one of those. Like I think that Undeath album too is like a total truck jammer. So yeah, I recommend it. It's cool. They have one other album before this called Rat God, which is a very funny name. And whatever. And I think it's about the same level of this. I don't know what the artistic ceiling is for a band like this, but what they're doing really well. And I dig it.
Yeah, I think that covered art's killer.
Yeah, it's cool.
They have like a mascot. It looks like.
Yeah,
because it was on the last one, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it's this dude that keeps coming back, some sort of serial killer. Yeah, you got it. Serial killer kind of guy.
Old school.
He's a little maybe Dexter-ish. I don't know. Like they're from Florida. Dexter's in Florida.
Yeah.
There you go.
Like
that looks like a 1992 death metal album.
Oh yeah, and that's and in a lot of ways, it's my bread and butter.
It's like the old school guys, just still rocking.
Oh yeah, totally. And I think two of the dudes are pretty young, but Terry Butler's kind of the elder statesman in the group. Yeah, and I was also going to say that like actually less than a third of my top 10 is death metal, so I'm getting it out of the way early. And I'm promising some diversity.
Well, we need it here because, like I said, we needed this to be as diverse as possible because, there's so many good releases in all these genres this year that it's just like impossible to get to everything. So,
well, I'll give you the cheesy thrash and death metal to even out the curve or whatever.
Hell yeah.
All right, Ryan.
Cool. Well, that's a good segue because I was going to thank Than for recommending that Mortuous record, which I listened to for the first time, and that probably would have been in my top 20 if I had knowledge of it earlier in the year. Yeah, that's a killer record. Loved it. But I'm going to start with an album that is also technically an EP. I'll get into it a little more, but this is definitely the odd man out on my list. I just can't deny how much I love this record. This is the band called Temple Guard. They're not on Encyclopedia Metallum because they are a metalcore band. So I'll give a little context here because I'm sure none of you, well, I suspect none of you dipped your toe into this scene at any point. So in the early 90s, there was a wave of vegan metalcore bands who started to incorporate elements of extreme metal into their music. A lot of them were actually from North Carolina, which is where I grew up. So that's a cool little connection I have. But sorry, my dog's over here scratching himself right on his
Ryan, what was the name again?
Temple Guard. They're not on Encyclopedia Metallum.
Temple Guard?
Temple Guard. And the album is called Spear of the Revenant.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, no problem at all. So long story short, this is a metalcore record. It has breakdowns. It has all the stuff you associate with like metalcore music. But there's a lot of like really, maybe not even a lot, but they incorporate elements of extreme metal, kind of harkening back to that first iteration of vegan metalcore bands. This is a vegan band. That's kind of how they got onto my radar. I'm vegan just because that's relevant to mention here. Yeah, so really cool album art. That definitely caught my attention. And yeah, so this is like a 26-minute record, 8 tracks, and it's furious. It is such a pissed off record. Lots of tremolo riffs, which is definitely right up my alley. I don't want to say this is like blackened by any means. I don't think that's intentionally what they were going for, but there's definitely just a clear extreme metal pedigree in this band's sound. So yeah, this is the oddest pick I have on my list. The rest is a lot more predictable bands that I've chosen, but yeah, I just kept coming back to this one throughout the year. It's got a great energy to it. It's just really aggressive and I mean, it's really passionate. They also make they're another band that makes good use of samples. There's a sample from a movie called First Reformed, I think, which deals with like the existential dread that people feel when contemplating like climate change and just the collapse of, you know, the global ecosystem. I think that's a big thing they deal with lyrically on this record too. So yeah, I mean, it's got a great vibe to it, really energetic, really pissed off. Yeah, cool release.
Nice. Sounds similar to like Earth Crisis or something.
Exactly. Yeah, that wave of bands for sure was.
No, I got into that stuff for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much if it was fast and heavy, I was into it for a good while.
Yeah.
I think I did listen to this album. I remember I know the cover art. Maybe I saw it from you or something.
I posted it a lot, and I was probably singing its praises. So
okay, I think it maybe caught me off guard. It's like not what I was expecting. It.
No, not at all. No,
like,
and I mean, Spear of the Revenant sounds like a metal album. So
yeah.
I'm sure people could just look at it and assume, oh, this is.
But now that I know it's not like what I was thinking it was going to be, I'll give it another shot.
Yeah, maybe going with. And it's short. I mean, like by any other standards, it's an EP, but like in hardcore, you know, 26 minutes is a full length. Like.
No, it's like a Terror album.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, you know, right
18
there.
songs and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Grindcore.
I mean, yeah, 13 minutes is a full length.
So like early 2000s metalcore is a guilty pleasure for me for sure.
Okay.
And it's also a huge like bonding point between my wife and me.
Oh, really?
And she coincidentally also grew up in North Carolina. She's from Winston-Salem.
Crazy.
Okay. She grew up as might be expected. She grew up in a fundamentalist Christian household, and so she was into like Christian metalcore stuff, like Under Oath.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's something that we'll jam in the car for sure. So like I'll definitely check this out. Like
yeah, this one's cool. And I mean, they have, these dudes have chops. I think they're all young guys, but it feels a lot more fleshed out musically than some of the other bands in this style do.
Shout out to Solid State Records.
Oh hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Is that on Solid State?
Heavy rotation growing up.
Early 2000s for sure.
Oh yeah.
No, not this Temple Guard. No, that's not. But
I was thrown off. I was like, whoa, that's still around.
I think they are still around. I don't know.
Maybe. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, I think
like 10 minutes from my house, or they used to be. Solid State and Tooth and Nail and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah. That band Demon Hunter was on Solid State.
Demon Hunter, yeah.
Yeah, from Seattle. That's why I brought them up.
Yeah.
I don't really have guilty pleasures, but if I did have a guilty pleasure, that band would be one of them.
Demon Hunter, yeah.
I don't really feel guilty about the stuff I like, but
I'm in the same boat. Like
they're kind of right on the fence. Like they're pretty cheesy.
Yeah.
Hey man, I'm not judging. I fucking still like Bleeding Through.
Oh, me too, dude. Oh, such a good band. Oh my god, such a good band.
That band's cheesy as fuck.
Oh yeah, yeah. Symphonic metalcore like does not need to exist.
Yeah. Right now, someone on YouTube is like, take that cult card away from Tyler.
Yeah, well, we don't need. We definitely don't have any elitism on this side of the fence. So fuck, I love those first 4 Kill Switch Engage records. I think those records are classics.
Definitely. Definitely. I got that new vinyl release of the end of Heartache that came out.
Oh, that was such a great album. I love that album.
Oh, yeah. So good.
And my favorite band from Solid State still is Extol. I don't know if you guys ever got an Extol, but that Christian
name.
Dude, Extol is fucking nuts.
Amazing band. Yeah. They came back for I think it was in the 2007 or something like that, and with a new record, which was great. And then they disappeared again. It's
I I've never heard of them.
It's like technical death thrash.
Okay.
Kind of stuff,
Their earlier stuff had even a kind of a blackened edge to it, the vocals. I think in the vocals mostly, as I remember. It's been a very long time, but yeah, very obviously Christian. But man, they fucking like they have the crown of thorns in their logo and everything. But man, those guys stomped.
Oh, there's some great ones in that lineup.
Yeah, Extol. Check them out, Russ. Yeah, it was you're right. Like the first couple records had that sort of blackened tinge, and then they kind of went a little more thrash by the third record. It's all kind of technical, kind of progressive in a sense, but really great shit. It would be cool to see those guys come back. In fact, that dude, if you're into Extol, that dude, the main guitar player, had another band come out a couple years ago, and I'm trying to remember. It was called Flesh Killer, and that was, if you like Extol, check out Flesh Killer. Really, really good. It's just very much in the vein of Extol. Real melodic, but just really technical and just killer riffs.
Badass.
Nice.
Cool, Ryan. That's kind of a one-off. I'm looking forward to checking that one out.
Awesome. Yeah,
Never
I feel
heard
a
of
little better about my choice after our conversation.
All right. So next up for me, let me get this out. And I think, yeah. So this is a band I've been into, for pretty much their entire discography, and I'm always kind of waiting for them to maybe sort of like, just kind of lose their stride, because they're always really consistent. But the New Falls of Rauros, with Key to a Vanishing Future. And this was kind of like a surprise release for me, because like the last record just came out like a couple of years ago, and they usually take 3 or 4 years for a new one. And band from Portland, Maine, and just I guess you'd call it atmospheric black metal. I mean, the early stuff was kind of that. I think they're kind of one of these bands that are unto themselves at this point in terms of their sound. I mean, they definitely retain the black metal vocals, but if you stripped away the vocals, I'm not even really sure what you would call it. There's a lot of different other sort of influences they weaved into their style here. And when I first heard it, this one was definitely a grower, because it came out like earlier in the year. I think it was like February or whatever. I just finally got the vinyl like a week ago. Like that's how long it took, almost all year to get this from Gilead Media. But just a mainstay in my listening habits. Great hiking music for sure, and just very emotive, very emotional. And I think that kind of really is what speaks to these guys, is that they could, a lot of guys can do this type of sound, but to give it the sort of just the strength of their melodies and their soloing, and just the melodic tendencies that they have. It hasn't, the spirit hasn't burned out yet for this band. This being, I think, their sixth release. But I don't know. Yeah, I mean, this one, they definitely, it's kind of the last 2 or 3 records, they've kind of been on a similar, you kind of know what they sound like at this point. There's just little, different leanings, in terms of like what they introduce into, kind of building whatever they're going to. I guess maybe like my only complaint with the band is like, there are times like the vocals can be a little bit too much, because it's really just heavy black metal vocals, and just can, sometimes the music is just so like emotional, and they're just screaming their guts out. In kind of a way that, like, if you think about like a band like Death Heaven, like, where there's very melodic music, guys just screaming really hard, I can kind of like liken it to that. But great band. They've always, they've always put out good stuff since the first record, and they've never disappointed me yet. And I love the Austin Lund cover art from Panopticon. They kind of upped the logo a bit. Nice final release, but great band. Love them. Falls of
Nice.
Rauros.
Yeah, that's a band I've tried getting into in the past, and I don't know, it hasn't clicked with me yet. Something about it is, maybe it's the vocals, or I don't know what it was, but I know I've given them a fair shake a few times, and it's just like it didn't click. At least not yet. I'm sure one of these days I'll listen to it at random, and I'll just be like, I'll have that epiphany. And
Well,
what's
the
up,
I
Logan?
didn't like them till this record.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I didn't dislike them before, but I just never cared enough to revisit them. But this one I listened to probably 3 or 4 times this year, because there's some. Again, there's some intangible quality, but they figured something out, in my opinion, on this record, and it kind of congeals in the right way.
Yeah, there's something about the feeling. It's just very emotional, very, like I said, very emotive, very like their early stuff kind of was kind of like more in the vein of Agalloch, but they've kind of branched their sound out a bit. And they sound very East Coast in the way that they're, you know, being kind of more of a nature-inspired black metal band, you know, but they're in Portland, Maine. So you kind of like see the East Coast imagery in a way in their music. And they just kind of make it work in that way. And I think the guitar players are all pretty schooled guys. Like they're like one of the guys is a classical guitar player, I'm pretty sure. But great band. Yeah. I mean, they're definitely not for everybody, but you know, Tyler, I would say if, you know, maybe go back to some of the earlier stuff, you might dig that a little bit more than this, because they've definitely been moving further away from any kind of sort of black metal sound other than what's in the vocals.
Yeah, I was taken off guard a little bit by the first song. It was very like clean and like pretty, and the vocals were not what I was expecting, but yeah, I'll give it another shot. I've seen them live, and I remember being like, "Oh, this is Falls of Rauros. These guys are awesome." But I'll have to check this one out.
Oh, well, I so hope I get to see them live one day, because they don't really play live very often.
Yeah, I saw them in one of our Seattle's, actually on the shirt, Northwest Terror Fest, our yearly annual extreme metal festival. I saw them there a few years ago. Yeah, they put on a good show.
Did this happen in the summer?
Yeah, usually like the first weekend of June.
Okay. I've been meaning to come up for one. I'll be up there in March, but
okay,
maybe I'll come up for
nice
Fest this year.
Yeah, yeah, it's always got some good bands. Yeah.
All right, Tyler.
All right. So for my number 9, I'm going to go with this is one of my more obscure picks, I guess, for the year. We're going from Portland, Maine to Portland, Oregon. A band called Eosphorus. And the album title is just the Roman numeral 2. It's their second album. Pagan themed, Pacific Northwest black metal, not Cascadian, very rooted. I'd say they're very rooted in the second wave, for sure. I mean, like, who isn't in the black metal scene, right? But just real frantic, fairly melodic riffing, just a lot of drive, a lot of aggression. There's a little bit of kind of an underlying punk aesthetic to it. Maybe not to the extent of other bands coming up on my list, but like you listen to it and you can picture these guys playing like in front of a bunch of like crust kids, and they'd probably get into it, if that makes sense. But a little funny story about this. Actually, Fan is probably the only one that doesn't know this, but you know, I actually had an opportunity to sit in, or there was going to be an opportunity to sit in and play with these guys for that Legions of the Order festival that happened in Tacoma this summer. And no, we got as far as even getting a set list together. You know, talking with the main guy, JT, about how we can possibly get together and jam when I got down there. And ultimately, what ended up preventing us from going through with it was he was in a similar boat as I was. You know, last played a show in 2019, 2020 happened. We all know what happened with 2020. And we got off that music train for a little bit too long. And he didn't feel like he could be show ready. And, you know, I was practicing along with these songs, and, you know, I'd sit down and take the headphones off and start playing from memory. And I didn't feel like I was going to be show ready either, but I don't know. I like to think that we could have pulled it off. It would have been pretty cool. But anyway, you know, getting back on track here. So the things I really like about this is, you know, there's a lot of just really abrasive melodies in this. And it also has audible bass playing, which I really, really, really appreciate. I love when there's a good bassist and good audible bass on a black metal record. You know, it's a little bit more on the raw side than I would typically listen to. At least, you know, so I thought, but I've been finding more and more of my choices in listening nowadays have been getting a little more raw. So there's something about it that's finally grabbing hold, I guess. It's definitely not your usual USBM. It's not long, drawn out atmospheric songs, although they have one called the Hunter. That's a 13-minute atmospheric bomb of a song. That's awesome. I really don't know who else I can compare them to. I mean, they're kind of unique unto themselves as far as the U.S. scene goes. But yeah, I would definitely recommend checking them out. And then Gallows Harvest. That's probably one of my favorite songs of the year. So if nothing else, at least check out that song and enjoy.
Yeah, I remember checking this one out on your recommendation and really liking it. But one of my issues is if it's not on streaming platforms, it's very easy for me to forget about records. And
Yeah, I don't know if he has anything. I don't know if he's out. I don't know if JT put this on anything else other than Bandcamp.
I think that's where I listened to it. But it was very good. I remember it being very good. I just never came back to it.
Yeah. Now I have a couple of them that are like that. They're going to be, pretty, off the reservation, as it were, out in the boonies type picks. But that's what it's about, right?
Do you know if they're doing that festival again next summer?
Oh, the Legions? No, probably not. Well, maybe. That's all I can really say. The venue that we did it at shut down recently. So that's not going to happen there, at least.
The meter you said got shut down?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. It's a bummer.
It's a long story. It was kind of like just circumstances beyond their control.
Yeah,
like
that's a shame.
Cost of rent going up, kind of thing, and just not being able to pull in the business to stay afloat.
For sure.
But I think they're gonna regroup eventually. I mean, they had a pretty good following going, so it'd be a shame if they had never got back on track. But we'll see. But yeah, if that festival happens again, it probably won't be in Washington. It might be in California, because a few of the main guys of that Order of the Black Arts page are all in California.
Okay.
So I think they'd want to set something up a little closer to home.
Makes sense.
So we'll see.
Hopefully.
All right, Russ.
All right. Let's see. Okay, my number 9 release top pick. Number 9 is Horn with their release Verzet. They're a German one-man pagan black metal. I've listened to them before. This is their 9th release. I listened to their previous album, didn't think much of it, and then I think what's his name? Jimmy, you had on your stream Chandler.
Oh yeah, he loves Horn.
Yeah, so I saw one of his posts. I'm like, all right, I'll give this another shot because he was raving about it, and yeah, I just fell in love with it after listening to this. They're like a very kind of energetic, fun, upbeat kind of pagan black metal with a lot of folk influence. I mean, on the first song, there's like some like mandolin riffing, which is awesome. So yeah, there's a lot of folk elements to this. I wrote, you'll feel like you'll have the energy to climb a mountain after listening to this. So I just picture myself like in Germany, like just hiking up some mountain and listening to this. It's a very fun, energetic record. A lot of good, a lot of D-beat, galloping, drumming. There's a lot of kind of like, I don't know, like almost punk influence on some of the songs. The first song and I think the 4th song, it just sounds like a straight up like West Coast, punk rock song, but played by a pagan black metal band. Yeah, if that makes any sense. So just pagan, a fun, upbeat pagan black metal band, with mandolin. There's some cello in here. Just a fun listen. Vocals are, he does growls and clean vocals, just like a mix, mainly growls, but there's some clean vocals in here. And there's some like chanting or whatever on some of the songs. I just picture him like on top of a mountain, just chanting these lyrics. But Horn Verzet, like I said, they have a ton of releases. This is their 9th. It looks like they've released something every few years. He's released something every like 2 years. And like I've seen a lot of people say like he just keeps getting better and better. And so yeah, this is an awesome album. I listened to it a ton. So if you're looking for something more, I don't know, fast, upbeat, fun black metal album, check this out.
Sweet.
Oh yeah.
Definitely check it out. I remember seeing like an ad in a magazine or something that had one of his album covers in there. I had no idea that he's so prolific. He's been around for so long.
Yeah, me neither. I checked it out and it's like, geez, this guy has so many releases. It's crazy.
He's buff as shit.
There's one guy, you know?
Yeah.
I didn't know it was a one-man band, but I do like horn though.
Nice.
Yeah, I think the only one I'm familiar with is Naturecraft from 2008. That was the one that Chandler was
Okay. While
stepping
ago.
pretty hard.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of shit. I remember seeing that they had a new one. I hadn't checked this out yet, so that's killer.
Yeah, the first song drew me right in. It's just this like it starts off instantly, just some yelling, and then like it goes into this like awesome just mandolin riff, and you're just like, hell yeah, let's go. It's great.
It also has that classical guitar interlude track.
Oh yeah.
That one really grabbed my attention right away. That was really cool.
Yeah.
This record's really good.
All right, Ryan.
I think Than.
I'm sorry.
All good.
Switched up the order. There we go. Dan?
I need to get my death metal fix.
Well, it's not going to happen this time, believe it or not. Number 9 for me came as a recommendation from Jimmy, and while I'm sure this band is not going to be unknown to any of y'all, I wouldn't think, they were new to me, and I really ended up listening to this album a lot, and it's the new Inexcreterum.
Oh yeah.
Oh, boy.
And this, I mean, it certainly seems like an album that's like kind of tailor-made for this group in a lot of ways, because it's a lot of lyrics are very nature-centric in a lot of ways. I love this picture on the back, this like epic waterfall here. Super cool.
That's awesome.
Great. It's a Gilead Media, great vinyl pressing. Really dig it. It's I mean, the guitar playing is insane. Carl's guitar playing is really, really fantastic. I love the melodic vocals as well. I kind of wish there were more of them because I think they only appear on like 2 songs. It's really, really, really dense music. There's not a lot of breathing room, which is one thing that might have kept me from listening to it even more. But I love the vibe, love the guitar playing, love the overall affect of it. And I haven't listened to the previous one yet, and I need to do that.
The previous one is just as good.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that.
Yeah. I got a few things to say about that one coming up here. So
I wonder. Yeah, it's great. I really like it. I appreciate the recommendation.
I threw one of their songs on my autumn metal video. Hopefully they don't mind. The Equinox Vigil. It's a cool song. Yeah.
Great song.
all right, Ryan.
Cool. So my number 9 is the new Ulta record, All That Has Never Been True. Ulta is a German atmospheric black metal band. I've been a fan of this band since probably, I think they released a record in 2014 or 2015. And I listened to that record and it really stuck with me because it was catchy, but incredibly atmospheric too. Like it was just kind of the perfect balancing act of creating this like overarching atmosphere on a record, but still having memorable individual riffs and song structures and stuff. So this band's always been on my radar. And I actually didn't even know they released a new album until Tyler, he sent us a picture of it.
I have it in my hands right now.
Yeah. I saw that and I was like, oh, that album art's cool. And you were like, yeah, new Ulta record or something. And I was like, okay, well, I don't know how I missed this, but I'm gonna listen to it like 10 times in a row now.
Good old Vendetta Records.
Yeah, man, this band is I really love this band. It's very like kind of frightening existential style black metal. It's not really meant to be pretty. Like it's very it's just cold. Like it's very inhuman and kind of just eerie music. And the vocalist has this like DSBM almost style of vocals, which I really think adds a lot to the music, because while they're not a DSBM band, there's a clear element of just like pain and agony that comes through their music. I just really cherish this band. I think they've created something very pretty unique. Honestly, I don't think many bands sound like them, and I think they have a really unique style of atmospheric black metal. And it's nice to take a break from a lot of the like pretty stuff I listen to and kind of just remember why I fell in love with black metal, and that's because it's cool and scary.
Yeah, it's one of those albums I actually had to put in my little battle royale style to determine what was going to end up on my list.
Yeah.
It is very good stuff.
Don't know this one. We'll definitely be checking it out.
It's cool. It's long. It's over an hour long. I mean, the tracks are all individually long, and it's just very.
Yeah, it's a little bit of kind of I mean, such an overused term nowadays, but there's a little bit of post.
Yeah.
Quality.
No, I would agree completely. That's that. In my opinion, that doesn't even tell you anything about like what the band sounds like. You just know that it's not just black metal. I think would be how I would.
Well, I think it describes the atmosphere they create. It's not just like synth and guitars mashed together to create an atmosphere. It's the way they use it to
Yeah, there's something kind of ethereal about how the record sounds. I mean, everyone won't have this experience. Your mileage will vary, but I find this record genuinely unsettling, and it's not like evil and satanic. It's just like it just makes you think about like, I don't know. It just feels existential. That's like the best descriptor I can think of. It feels very like weighty.
Yeah.
Well, the Germans are usually good at that. Find German bands to be very.
I'm sure they like read philosophy during their band prep.
Mm-hmm. Especially with that title.
Yeah, exactly.
All that has never been true.
kind of a mouthful. Doesn't really roll right off the tongue.
Cool. All right. Well, so this next one, really happy about this one, to be honest with you. Longtime fan. New Blind Guardian. I love this band. I've been a longtime fan of Blind Guardian. Fucking love this band, man. And I think it's interesting because let me remove this real quick. They haven't really done anything in quite some time that I was just like really amazed by. I think, the band starting off as sort of like this speed metal, power metal kind of thing, which I'm not like the biggest power metal fan at all. Like I like a few bands here and there, but Blind Guardian was one of those ones that, I always thought that this was like the most epic music that you could ever conceive of in terms of just not only the music and the melodic prowess and the layering and Hansi Kirsch, I think, is one of the greatest vocalists of all time. I would say that I would put him up there with, Bruce Dickinson and Rob Halford. It's just, and it's got his own kind of feel to him because just the grit and the hoarse, nature of his voice, yet still so just in your face and just range, for days. But I feel like this band, like coming up through their, going through their era to the night side of middle, what is it?
Nightfall
of Middle Earth. Thank you, Fan. That one, and ultimately Night at the Opera, I mean, they just kind of just completely went overload and just so over the top. And just, I think that Night at the Opera had like 1,000 tracks or something for the vocals. I mean, not 1,000, but hundreds of vocal tracks. They really kind of just went way, way over the top. It was a great record, but after Night at the Opera, I felt like they kind of started to go in some different directions, trying to figure out what they're going to do. And ultimately they kind of landed on a more, just like sticking with the big, extremely layered approach, think Devin Townsend or something, just lots of orchestration. And ultimately I felt like they kind of just lost what made them so good, was just the catchy, just the anthemic quality to their early days. And that's not to say that, so like, again, some of that early stuff was great. Night at the Opera, Middle Earth, one of my favorite ones, Nightfall in Middle Earth. But yeah, they just kind of like, while the records were really good, I think since then, I just kind of like lost interest a bit. And I think for this, like if you're a Blind Guardian fan, this is the record that everybody wanted them to make. Like they just came out and just made everybody happy with this. They went back and pulled in some of their speed metal roots. I mean, it's fast, it's bombastic. The riffs are back. Hansi sounds as fierce as ever. And I like that it's just 9 tracks that are about 5 minutes long. It's short, it's to the point. It's doesn't have any bullshit, no filler. Just good songs front to back. I mean, I could say every single song on this is a banger, and I really like a lot, especially the ballad "Let It Be No More." It's like classic Blind Guardian, and I wish that Iron Maiden would like take a cue from something like this, because they've been putting out. I mean, say what you will, and I like new Iron Maiden. I don't love it. It's just so long and overblown, and man, just go back to doing shit like this. Just like give us 9 tracks that are 4 minutes long. They're just like anthems, and we'll be happy for it. And they definitely succeeded. And in that idea that all the Blind Guardians fans we just wanted you to just come out with something that's just going to blow our minds, and enough with all the pomp and circumstance with your shit. So great record. I really love it. I'm glad I got it on vinyl. I really hope that this is sort of a new reinvigoration of the band to go forward and see what they're going to do next. But absolutely love this record. It's amazing to just hear like the fast double bass again, and the fast guitar playing, and they really just like, I don't know what they needed to just do this again, but man, they made it work, and more power to them, man. Great record. Love it.
I was shocked when I first heard that, because I was like, holy shit, this is like, Somewhere Far Beyond or Imaginations or that era of Blind Guardian. I was just like, because I mean, I like Nightfall in Middle Earth, but I have the same issue with that album as I do with like the Storm Ruler album. Is like, not every fucking track needs an interlude in between. I don't need 26 tracks to tell for an hour's worth of music.
Yeah, I think it's their best album since Imaginations. This album is very much in this neighborhood of my list too. So I'll go ahead and say a couple of things and then keep it short when it gets to me at that point. But yeah, I went through a huge rediscovery of Blind Guardian a couple of years ago, and I think I watched the stream of them playing live, I want to say at Wacken this past summer. And I was really blown away by how good they sounded live, how great Hansi sounded, how tight the band was. And so when we started hearing more tracks, advanced tracks from this album, I was like, this is going to be pretty serious. Yeah, I love this. I think it's some of the best lead playing that Andre has ever done. Hansi sounds as good as ever. The harmonizations are incredible. And like Jimmy, you said, it's just really, really tight. There's not a lot of wasted space, despite the fact that there's a lot of bandwidth being taken up at all times, because it's still, they're not stripping down to like first couple albums sort of thing, or even quite as much as Somewhere Far Beyond even, but it's got that same energy to it. And I think that's the thing. It's like the rhythmic energy. And it might just be getting this new drummer that they have, honestly,
He killed it.
To play on the records. It's a killer album. I really dig it.
Good return to form for sure.
I hope they tour, man. I've never seen them live. So
Me neither. I will go wherever they're going to be. If it's a limited thing, I will go there. But I'm also close to New York, and it would probably be in New York. So.
they'll probably be there. Yeah. I'll definitely fly out if they're not coming to the West Coast. So, we'll see. All right, cool, man. So Tyler.
All right. So my next choice, my number 8, is a Finnish band called Marasmiely.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this, I don't know how you pronounce that. Martitan Melta. Super, super, super densely atmospheric, pagan-esque metal. I don't want to call it strictly pagan black metal, although it's very heavy on the black metal element. When I talk about this album with other people, I always say if you're a fan of like the first, like from the was it the Tyven or what, the big demo that was basically an album for Moon Sorrow on through like the first 3 studio albums, then you have to get this. You have to listen to this. It's definitely in that vein, just real bombastic, huge songs. They're more aggressive than even early Moon Sorrow. There's a lot of blast beat sections, but man, it goes back and forth. Like really great clean choir vocals, great instrumentation, just dense atmosphere. This was a hiking album for me a couple times. A couple of the local trails that I didn't mind wearing headphones on, and this album made me stop in my tracks like 2 or 3 times throughout the course of it. And especially on the closing song, there's a 17-minute song called Far in the Frozen North. And like, I actually had to stop and soak in what was going on with it, because it was just it was profound. I mean, it was just really well executed, really just grand music. Like I said, I wouldn't call it strictly black metal. It's definitely more of a black and metal vibe, but to call it strictly black metal would be very unfair. But it's very atmospheric, and if you're a fan of early Moon Sorrow, then you need to jump on this like right now.
I love the look of it. Such a cool cover and logo and everything.
Well, that cover was like what you can expect from the music. It's that kind of mystical, just I don't know if all the songs, I don't know if it's really like a concept album per se, but all the songs kind of flow into one another. It's a 45-minute album, but there's like a minute and a half long intro.
Yes.
So the other 44 minutes is spread out between 4 songs.
God, what a great band photo.
Yeah, and actually the main guy of this band has a couple other projects that are pretty cool too, like more of raw second wave black metal style. That's worth checking out as well.
This is an album I listened to, and I kept meaning to go back to it, and I just, for whatever reason, did not. But I really enjoyed it when I did. And shit, I guess I gotta go back to it now.
I'm a late comer to it as well, and I agree with the Moon Sorrow parallels for sure, because they've been pretty silent for a bit. But man, it's
take this album hiking. That's all I gotta say. Take this album hiking. You'd be like, you're in it. It's meant for it.
Done and done. First time it snows here in Philly. I'm doing it.
Fuck yeah. There you go. You still haven't gotten snow there?
No, not yet. It's been weird and balmy. Like every time there's all these tropical fronts, it warms up when there's moisture, and then it'll get cold when the moisture's gone. Yeah, it's weird.
No, that's actually, that happens a lot here in Alaska too, believe it or not.
we'll see. We usually have a few weeks where the snow sticks around, and I've got a park nearby that's really great to hike in when it's snowy, because it doesn't feel like you're in the middle of the city, but you kind of are.
Is that the one you took me to?
Yeah, man, the Wissahickon Valley. It's killer. It's great when it snows because one of the sides of the valley is north facing, so it holds snow for a really long time. Which also means that it stays really gross for a long time when the snow starts to melt. But, oh well. It's nothing compared to what I'm sure you deal with up in Alaska.
Yeah, when the trails melt out up here, it's horrible, and nobody wants to take the time to let trails dry out. So everything's just absolutely beat to shit and mud pits everywhere.
Oh my God, terrible.
Yeah, bring your spikes out for that one. For sure.
Yep, definitely.
All right, Russ.
All right, number 8. So I guess I'm the first one to talk about this on this stream. It's going to be Vital Spirit, Still as the Night, Cold as the Wind.
Oh boy.
Never heard of it.
Yes.
Who are these guys? So I'll keep it short because I know we're going to be talking about it a few more times. And I don't know, it's not my number 8, and I don't know how it ended up that high, as in being my number 8. It's a great album. I first heard of them, their EP, when it came out a few years ago, and it was just 4 songs, doing the I don't know, maybe thought it was a slight gimmick, blending the whole Western kind of thing with black metal, but it was a good album. Some cool Western parts in it. And then this one came out, and I enjoyed it. And then I think Ryan, you did a review on this, right? I think Ryan did a review on it, and then that made me listen to it again. And then,
Yes, yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then I again listened to the album. I was like, hell yeah, this is amazing. So just a great album. Probably a better job of mixing the whole Western kind of theme with the black metal. It's I don't really want to. You guys will say a lot more things about it. But yeah, it's a great album, black metal, Western themed. It's my number 8. Should be, I don't know. It's my number 8. Maybe it could be higher, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll say it again. The aggression on that shocked the shit out of me.
First song,
But
just right away, yeah.
I wasn't sure what to expect. No, as we said last time when we talked about it in the last stream, as soon as I hit play, my face got immediately ripped off my skull. Insanely aggressive right from the get-go.
Yeah. Just melodic, great riffs,
Yeah.
At the same time,
Yeah.
So.
I'm sitting here whistling the first riff to myself now. Such a good record.
Yeah, it is.
Who called
Excellent.
it out on the last stream? Was it both you and Ryan, Tyler?
I had it.
I'll be talking about this one much later.
I will too. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I was saying it was on mine, but I swore someone else had it. Maybe not. I think we just all talked about it because it was in my top.
Yeah.
It was in my 11 through 20.
So it'll probably be for sure the most talked about album on these streams.
It seems that way.
Yeah.
All right, Dan.
All right. More death metal, number 8 for me. But not a lot of death metal selections left for me. New album by a new band. Sorry about the glare. Castrator.
Oh.
Fucking Castrator.
Sounds brutal.
all female band.
Yeah. Yep.
Ooh.
It's an international band that I guess is loosely based in New York, but they've got people from South America and Europe in the band. The bass player is Robin, who plays in Derketa and Gruesome. She also plays bass in this band. It's super like brutal New York style death metal, Suffocation style, like serious chops, lots of blast beats, breakdowns. This actually was in my like top 20 until I saw them live a couple months ago. They were playing on tour with Exhumed and who else was in that? It was Exhumed and Vitriol and Escuela Grind, who also kicks ass. If I had more time to listen to their new album, they might have cracked my top 20 as well. But yeah, they absolutely blew me away live. Great presence. Great. I like the drummer is really legit. Totally holding down like the Mike Smith style blast beats and all the good stuff that you want to hear out of a you know, kind of old school early 90s brutal death metal sort of stuff. You know, yeah, I just ended up listening to this album more and more and more, and then seeing them live, I was just like, okay, they're gonna be huge if they can keep this rolling. Because they were the best sounding band of the night, I think, like, you know, even more so than Exhumed, who are clearly road dogs, have been doing it for a long time. Yeah, I totally recommend this album. It's on Dark Descent, which rarely does wrong. Yeah, super killer, great cover. And for a first album, geez, yeah, I'm super excited to see what comes up from them. And I'm a total sucker for, like, Suffocation is one of my favorite bands, like absolutely, like one of my probably top 3 or 4 favorite death metal bands. Period. So anything that's like kind of in that vein that a band can pull off live, I'm like, absolutely, give it to me.
And they've got a Venom cover at the end of it too. It looks like
it's great, and they did it live, and it was killer. The singer is awesome. Like she is great live, like super guttural, and just lays it down, like totally shreds live. And that's always an enormous difference maker for me. Like if I can see a band do the stuff live, and I know that's not what all bands are, but I feel like, especially for the kind of stuff I listen to for death metal and stuff, with so much of the stuff was developed with working a crowd in mind. Like when you see bands that don't really do a good job of that, but they're playing that style, it's just kind of like, ugh. And yeah, Castrator, they crushed it. Don't think too hard about that. That's the custom in some countries.
Yeah, this record's been a long time coming, because I remember hearing about this band in like 2016 or something, maybe 2017, because they had a demo, which was like, I just completely forgot this band existed. So thank you for pointing this record out. I'm really excited to listen to it. I wonder if they like re-recorded their demo tracks for this.
Yeah, maybe one of the tracks.
One of them.
Maybe.
I liked what I heard. I'm excited to check this out.
They may be all. No, I think they're all new. They're all new.
Oh, they're all new. Okay, that's even cooler, honestly.
Yeah, and they're good tunes. They're super intricate playing. The only thing about seeing them live is that I think ultimately they may want to bring another guitarist in, because things just thinned out a little bit too much during the solos, and the solos are great.
Yeah,
you know how that is. Unless you have a bass player that can really take up a lot of space really quickly, like it just kind of goes like,
oh, that's so tough. Yeah,
but
it just sounds like a different style of music.
Exactly.
When that guitar drops out, yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, definitely check it out. Totally check it out.
I'm very excited. Okay, I guess it's my turn. So Tyler and I think Jimmy talked about this record last stream, the new Notor Vostunda. Incredible Austrian atmospheric black metal. I really honestly don't have much to add, because I distinctly remember everything you guys said last stream, because I was so excited to talk about it too, and I kind of held it in, but now I don't have anything new to add really. I think Jimmy said it kind of feels like being lost in a snowstorm, kind of evocative of the cover, and that's definitely the case. I think Tyler mentioned the interlude tracks fit really well and like add a lot to the album. They're not just there to kind of like, you know, pad the runtime. They're actively integral to the overall listening experience.
Yeah, it's part of the story for sure.
100%, yes. And you gave a lot of background information about the project too, which was really cool and actually made me appreciate it more. This one probably could have even been a little higher on my list. There's just so many other good records that I really, really wanted to highlight. But
me too.
Yeah, man, I just kept coming back to this one because there's something, again, I mean, more and more I find that what I like in music is just that je ne sais quoi, where it's not like, oh, the riffs are cool or the vocalist is great. There's just something in the atmosphere of certain bands that just clicks with me right away. And, you know, a lot of styles of music can capture that magic. Specifically for me, obviously it's black metal, but also like funeral doom does it for me sometimes. A lot of folk does it for me sometimes. And so that's kind of what I'm talking about, where it's hard to really nail down what it is, but this band has it, whatever it is. And it's just such a really immersive listening experience. Yeah, that's all I got. I mean, you guys really, really covered this one, but yeah, this is a great record.
Yeah, super good. It's funny, I brought up the album Existence, and other Nautronarch fans, they don't seem to like that album. They're like, oh, that one's okay, but, you know, Symbiosis or Symbolos, whatever the first album was.
Is the one I first heard.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, that one was okay, but Existence, I was like, okay, this band's the shit. And then the albums after that, I was like, nah. But then, yeah, this Wolfstone, though, I was like, where is this band? Like,
yeah,
this
no,
been hiding.
Symbolismus, even, like, I remember the year it came out, you know, I gave it a couple listens, but it didn't, at no point was I like, yeah, this is going to be a year-end contender for me. So this one still kind of caught me off guard, even though I was familiar with the band, but
same.
He just destroyed this one. It's so good.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear what he does next. I mean, I haven't really heard some of the earlier stuff, but I got sort of a distinct, I don't know about you, Ryan, but I felt like like I got a similar vibe with when I listened to Paysage d'Hiver with this record. I mean, it's
100%
different, but it's
like better production. You know, the drums don't sound like fucking tin cans, but overall, like exact same atmosphere. I agree completely.
Yeah.
So the way I was describing it was the album art on it. I think I was the one that was mentioning the snowstorm thing. Because like albums like Existence, because the album cover, I mean, I don't know if Jimmy wants to even pull that up, but it's a dark room. There's an ominous figure holding a skull, like, and that's what the music feels like. It's very claustrophobic. It's very kind of, I don't know, for lack of better terms, kind of menacing in a way, like very ritualistic. And then you compare that to the new album and that cover, you know, you're out in a storm, you're like, but you're still out in the open air. And it feels bigger. It feels more open. Like the art mixes with the music very well.
Yeah, I agree completely. And I remember now that you said that, and I agree. It's like the guy stepped outside, you know, it's like a new chapter in the story, but
yeah.
And you're right. It feels very intentional. It feels very much like he's putting thought into, you know, the overall vibe of each release and how the atmosphere or how the album art plays into the atmosphere. And I mean, I just think it's really cool and inspiring to see when an artist takes it's not just the music, you know, there's way more going into it than just how the music sounds. And that really elevates the music for me.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
A true winter hiking album.
100%, yes.
Like, this is exactly what I want to listen to in winter. You know, it's like, for me, like in Colorado lately, winter hiking is my favorite time to hike. And this is one of those records that goes right with it, you know. And it's so dynamic too. I love like I think Russ might have said this, or one of you, I don't remember which one of you guys said this, but like oftentimes like interludes like are just kind of like there, but man, these interludes like really work well to like kind of the glue between the songs, just kind of make it feel like a journey, you know.
Well, that very first interlude, it's so minimal. I mean, it's like a really it's a dark ambient thing. It's like 2 notes in the whole damn thing seems like, and it brought on feelings of confusion. Like I'm driving, I'm listening, commuting while trying to soak that album in before the last stream, and it was just like, I don't know, just it's disorienting, but like intentionally so. Really cool stuff.
All right. Well, coming off the heels of Than's pick is Inexcreterum.
Hell yeah.
I think I got the same pairing as you, Than. And
there it is.
So this band, there's 2 guys in this band. There's Carl. I've actually been trying to get Carl to come on my my stream one of these days because he's a hiker as well. The main guy in the band, Carl Skildum, and so him and the other guy in this band, they also both play live with Obsequiae. And when I saw Obsequiae at Fire in the Mountains, both these guys were there. Got to meet both of them. Really, really cool guys. This is, Than kind of said it best. I mean, this is definitely a guitar record. The drums are programmed, but you can't even really it's harder to kind of tell him. It sounds like a real drummer. It's very well produced, very well put together, very layered in terms of the guitars. But, like his early stuff, this is the 3rd record by the group. And it's, like the earlier stuff was like maybe a little bit more dissection influenced, where this is more, I think this is they've gone in more of just a straight melodic death metal direction in terms of like, but I don't mean like more like modern melodic death. I think like the old melodic death kind of stuff, obviously dissection, but, early Dark Tranquility. But it's got like it's got a personality of its own. I feel like it's very bright. If you go to the record before this, like I feel like his riffs kind of fit with, obviously the cover art, but Equinox Vigil, this is kind of like a fall record in a lot of ways, but very bright, very kind of uplifting kind of melodies in terms of the guitar work. But very varied. Carl's vocals are kind of just more deaf, but the bass player, the other guy, he does some clean vocals in here that kind of harken to, maybe some more later day melodic death metal. But I don't want to pigeonhole these guys into like the Gothenburg scene because they don't sound anything like that. They definitely care very much about the old school, the the sort of the elder school in the 90s or whatever you want to call it. But a really, really awesome record from start to finish. I mean, I wouldn't say there's any filler on this thing, because when it comes to this style, it's kind of easy to get kind of mired like by the middle of the record, but you get by the end of it. The last couple tracks are just phenomenal. On the last day, man, the riffs on that one, the second to last track, just very unique. And like I said, it's got they found sort of their own vocabulary. And, again, like these guys are, they're the type of musicians that have a lot of output. They have another band called Antiverse, which is like more like thrash metal, like progressive thrash metal, both these guys. I bought their CD. They had a bunch of their CDs at Fire in the Mountains, got that. Again, like I said, they play, Carl does a lot of guest spots in Obsequiae. And I also just learned a couple days ago that both these guys, along with Tanner from Obsequiae, the main guy, have a new project about to drop on 20 Buck Spin, which is supposed to be like, old school, like, I guess similar to this, but in the old vein. And I'm really excited to check it out. But and Carl, man, really, really great guy. Amazing guitar player, man. It's they've got a sound of their own, I feel like, and they're taking, the melodic death away from the idea of Gothenburg and bringing in Minnesota and injecting, some of that blackened atmosphere to it. So great record, man. Really love it.
Was that only released on vinyl or in cassette?
It's CD too. They got it on CD, I'm pretty sure. On Gilead Media is the label. And I got this along with that Falls of Rauros. And the reason why I had to wait so long is because I ordered a Falls of Rauros t-shirt as well. And for whatever reason, it took longer to get the t-shirts than it did the vinyl, which didn't make any sense to me. But literally, I mean, like I pre-ordered this package, like I think it was over the summer, and finally got it last week. So I was glad it came in time for the stream here. But
yeah, I'll have to look for that, because I think that's what prevented me from getting it last time, because I think it was on either cassette or vinyl or something. But yeah, I'll take a look.
I'm pretty sure they got it on CD. I think you did this too, Tyler. It's definitely kind of up your.
I do dig it, but it's just one of those things, like CD is my medium. So if it's not on CD, I mean, I can get a digital copy of it, but it's just going to get buried in my Bandcamp library, possibly forgotten about. Like, I don't know. That's just me.
Oh yeah, everybody's got their formats and their ways they consume music. So it pisses me off when there's not anything available. So
there's a few albums that could have been on my list, but I didn't remember them until I'm scrolling through my Bandcamp library. I'm like, oh fuck yeah, this album, but it was only digital only, so I didn't have that physical, tangible thing to remind me of it.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing I'll say about these guys is it's cool to see that whole Minnesota scene, because especially like going to Fire in the Mountains and seeing Obsequiae play live, who don't play live very often, had these two, they had it was like 6 guys on, and if you listen to Obsequiae, it would kind of take that, because it's all the guitar, there's so much layering, especially, and same with this, it's just layering the guitars. And, the fact that they had a whole live lineup and they pulled it off live was really cool, because they don't do that very often. And they seemed like a very close-knit group of guys that all play in each other's bands and stuff and have a lot of great output. So very cool.
That's a foundation of a great scene.
All right, Tyler.
All right, so we're at number 7 now. So my number 7 is the new Lunar Spells, Demise of Heaven. And
that is cool looking.
Oh man, that album, that's the only reason why I got the A5 Digipack was, so I mean, most people get vinyl for the art. When I get A5s for the art, even though it doesn't fit on my shelves at all. I don't care. The art's cool. And it's super limited. There's only 100 copies of the A5. But anyway, the little review I wrote on this on my Facebook group, I described it as the best Finnish black metal band to come from Greece this year. So they're a Greek band, but there is no semblance of Rotting Christ, Necromantia, you name it. It is, they list their influences on Bandcamp, and it's Satanic Warmaster, The True Werewolf, pretty much all werewolf projects. I can't remember, there was like Chalice of something, like, just the raw melodic Finnish black metal bands, and that's what this is, 100%. Now, having spent time with the Satanic Warmaster album, it could have easily replaced this. But in lieu of that, this is, if you like Satanic Warmaster, especially, like Fimbulwinter, the new album, or just really any of the newer school, fast, raw, melodic Finnish black metal, then there's a lot to like here. Like riffs for days, really catchy earworm type riffs. Not too intricate, but like every riff has intention, and every riff is potential, like I said, earworm material. Similar vocal style to Werewolf, just that real raw, abrasive, screaming style, but it fits well with the music. And everything's just razor tight, man. I mean, I keep flopping back and forth between, usually on an album, it's like 1 or 2 songs I will say is like my favorite song. There's like 4 songs on this that could be like a favorite song, because they're all really awesome in their own ways. But yeah, and it's just, I think it's a pretty to the point album. I think it barely, I don't even think it's 40 minutes long. It just gets in, gets out, kicks your ass, and yeah, absolutely killer. But yeah, you hit play on this, you'd be very shocked to find out that they're from Greece, because usually most Greek black metal bands have that kind of Greek sound to them, like a lot of regional bands do. But yeah, there's no doubts about where their influences lie. They wear it very heavily on their sleeves, and yeah, absolutely killer stuff. But they don't quite one up the master. They don't one up their teacher quite yet. But close.
I am excited to check this out.
Worth it, man.
Have not heard it yet either. Yeah. And surprised that they're not doing the whole Greek sound, like you said. I mean, a lot of those bands usually have.
Well, I mean, the band photo on this does it like it looks like a Finnish black metal band.
Oh,
I mean, they were Impaled Nazarene shirts and like spikes and everything. I'm like, this is like Karelian satanic madness, basically, but with extra guys. You guys know what I'm talking about with that album cover. The leather jacket and the spikes and the coarse paint and the weapons and all that shit. But yeah, I was shocked when I found out they were from Greece. I was like, okay.
I don't know where you get one of those dots with the spikes. I mean, that's like, do you make that, or I assume you probably just make it, but I don't know. I mean, that seems like a novelty.
Yeah. That's what they do. They take a baseball bat and they just drive like huge ass like framing nails into it or whatever.
Yeah, it's a novelty item available at your local Freakies, probably. But
you got
it's killer. Like I said, just if you like that, just that real, fairly raw, guitar driven, just blitzkrieg of black metal, then that's what that is. I mean, they make no qualms about what they are, and I appreciate it.
Killer. All right, Russ.
Okay, let's see here. Number 7. So my number 7 pick is another folk album. We got Robes of Snow, The Crones of Autumn. And this is a dark folk, atmospheric, kind of pagan folk album. This is the Wooden Wheel. This is part of the Wooden Wheel series that Robes of Snow puts out. They also have, I don't remember exactly, but I think they have a winter one, a winter acoustic, and this is the autumn one. And then they also have, I believe, I don't know if it's a summer or a spring. I think it's a spring acoustic folk album. So this is their autumn folk album. It's a mix of instrumental tracks. There's a few singing tracks on it. That's looking at that picture. That's kind of what you get. I would say maybe a little more, I don't know, maybe a little colder, a little more atmospheric, but every song's about the autumn. There's some great features on this. There's quite a lot of features. So a lot of different instruments. Again, folk album. So you got a bunch of different instruments. You got your mandolin, accordion, some banjos. There's some cello. There's a little saxophone. If any of y'all are into little sax.
Nice.
I'm cool with it.
Okay. Usually I'm not, but it plays off very well here. There's some flute. And CJ, veteran of your stream, Jimmy, I believe. He does some. I think they list them as additional percussive noises. I don't know exactly what that means, but it's just a great folk album. I would say it's mainly instrumental, but the tracks with singing are just absolutely beautiful. Just some great melodies. Just stick with you. It's just a great album. It was hard to pick one. He released, I think, 4 albums this year, so it was hard to pick just one of his. But I think for me, this autumn themed album was the best of the bunch. And he also has he does metal and folk albums. So he did have a metal album, like a atmospheric black metal album that came out this year, and that one's also very, very good. The Clouds Lower Their Arms. Yes, that's it. So that one's kind of like a mix of his mainly metal, but there's a few folk tracks on there. Same kind of thing. So yeah, he does black metal and folk, and he does them both very well. Sometimes, an artist will, kind of be better at one or the other, but I enjoy both of his black metal and folk projects. And the drumming on that album is great. CJ just goes off on one of those songs. It's so sick. So I recommend that metal album. But yeah, this is my number 7. Just a beautiful, dark, atmospheric, autumn-themed folk album. Ropes of Snow.
Yeah, shout out to CJ. Hopefully he'll jump on at some point tonight. But great drummer. He does got a lot of projects. That dude. He's playing with. Hopefully going to hear the new Canis Dearest record coming soon. He's going to be playing on, but he's got another band called Amun, who's very, very good. Yeah, and he played. I think he collaborates with these guys a lot. But I heard this. The Clouds Lower Their Arms, which is really, really good.
Okay.
I have not heard this one that you're talking about yet, so I gotta check it out
for sure.
I gotta block there we go. Block some porn bots there.
Uh-oh.
They're gone.
You do know.
Yeah, they usually creep their way in at some point. So cool.
So Bandcamp says these guys are from Philly. Interesting.
Yeah, Philadelphia, huh?
These couple of these album covers look potentially very familiar. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. He does. His Instagram is really cool. It's just one guy. He does a lot of videos and some really great photography of just, I'm guessing, the surrounding Philadelphia area. Yeah, I would follow him. Give him a follow.
I will definitely do that.
Yeah.
Sound like potential kindred spirits.
Yes.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's a good mix of stuff. Their Bandcamp says atmospheric and ambient black metal, dark folk, and dark ambient winter synth. So it's a good mix of, different styles. I think he kind of weaves in and out in terms of the metal and the folk and stuff. But it's, yeah. Cheers, CJ. Hope you can't wait to hear the new Amun record. Go check that out. I think you dig that, Ryan, if you haven't heard that Amun record. It's very, kind of all over the place. Very avant-garde kind of black metal.
Yeah, I think I talked to CJ about that project before. I need to give it a listen. I'm overdue.
I think CJ was talking about that project on his stream with you, right, Jimmy?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think that's where I first heard about it. Yeah, I need to delve more into it. I've liked what I've heard.
Yeah, I think that's kind of his main project right now that he's kind of focused on, other than Canis Dearest, which whatever they're going to be coming out with next. But great drummer, really killer. He's got a lot of stuff going on, so we'll definitely be keeping tabs. All right, Fan.
This is going to be incredibly quick because it's.
Oh yeah,
I believe Jimmy's number 8, my number 7.
Which variant did you get?
The same one you got. It's just the marbled one. The one
marbled,
kind of readily available in the States. I think the only thing that I will add is that this artwork is incredible. It's like a 24-page booklet too, with lots of additional art. And it's unlike anything else that they've had, and they're all that Andreas Marshall art that they had on those early releases is pretty iconic. And this is very much, I feel like it's still in the spirit, but it's really different from anything else they've had before. And I think it's killer. And I'll leave it at that.
Love the artwork. Yeah, I was a little dismayed at paying. I think I paid $45 for the vinyl, but
so yeah, I ended up doing a good deed with that and actually going to kind of my local record store. I buy so few things from shops because I want to get, if I'm going to buy something, I want to get a limited cool variant or whatever. So kind of got to pre-order that. But because there weren't really good options for that with a lot of these new Nuclear Blast releases, they're not giving as many as many more limited options with US distribution. I just went to my dude down in South Philly, and had him order it for me, because it's like, if I'm going to pay that much, I might as well be giving him some money, just because it's cool to have a shop like that, even though I don't give him that much money, because if I'm going to buy something, like I said, I don't buy it at a store. So it felt like a good deed, and I paid as much for it as I would have ordering it from Nuclear Blast, probably when all is said and done. But helping a brother out.
Yeah, for sure. And Nuclear Blast, their shipping is like $8 now.
Yeah,
it used to be like $3 or $4 or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't really get a whole lot of options there, because they're pretty, big label. Kind of the bigger labels don't give you as many cool, things to choose from.
Well, it's weird. They're really hit or miss, because for some releases they will, and for others they won't. Like, the one that I was really shocked about was like the last Sepultura album, which I really liked. I've liked the last like 2 or 3 new Sepultura albums quite a bit, and the last one, Quadra, I thought was really great. I ended up like not ever getting it, because they had like gray vinyl. Like, oh my gosh, give me a break. That's like the most boring thing ever. Like, not doing that. Limited to infinity. Like, I'm just not gonna do that. It's like freaking Sepultura. Give me a break. They're still enormous. Like,
right, they could have easily had 5 or 6 variants.
Yeah, and they'll have that for other bands, for like less prominent bands. I just don't know. Like, I'm like halfway over it to some degree, but still, like, I'm getting that new Obituary like in the next few days, so it just shipped. So,
Nice.
still got stuff in the pipe.
Well, but at least Relapse does cool.
If you can get on quick enough to get the limited ones, because like
you got to jump on it like the day
the
of.
flippers have totally found out Relapse. Like, absolutely. I'm like, you're right down the street from me. Give me a break.
That's got to be super annoying.
The record shop that I go to, he'll often get limited stuff. Like, he actually has a whole bunch of their like clear vinyl, the first 100. He has a bunch of those because he's got a good relationship with the label. Unfortunately, I didn't find that out until I bought like other copies of those same albums. Like, he's got all of the. You should follow if you're on Instagram. He's Vinyl Alter, and it's a great follow on Instagram, because he goes to a lot of local shows and does live streams from local shows. He's a really cool guy. But like, he has like the clear pressings, limited to 100, of all of the like Death box sets that came out over the last few years. Like, the clear of all of those, like, oh my God. And I'd of course already bought all of them in what I thought was at least the most limited that was available to the general public. It was like brutal. I almost went ahead and sprung for like the Individual Thought Patterns one, just because it's like, but I didn't. I restrained myself.
Hey, Fan, which one of the ones should you follow? Because there's Vinyl Alter and there's Vinyl Alter _.
Let me see which one he is. It's got kind of a
I think I found him.
His has a logo that
Yeah, both of them have the same logo.
Yeah, that's him. Oh, weird. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's his logo.
One's a spoof site, or not a spoof site, but
Well, this one says Philly, largest heavy metal record store on the East Coast, located in Philadelphia since 2014.
I mean, that
Is that him?
Sounds like him. The one that I follow is Vinyl Alter, all one word, at least on Instagram. Vinyl Alter, all one word, no punctuation.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And he's got this new.
There's a second one that's got an underscore at the end of it, though. That's kind of weird. So I'm gonna
wonder if he's got a backup or something.
The second one only has 100 followers, so I'm guessing that's not it.
Yeah.
When he's got this, he got the full Black Braid package here, along with the Decibel article. Pretty cool. The tape and the CD, the patches.
It's a good store. It's a really good store, and he's a good guy. He'll talk your ear off, but he's.
Oh yeah, this is a backup account.
Makes sense.
This is a great record, by the way. It didn't make my top, but
I haven't listened to it yet.
It's good, really good.
It was in my top 25 for my other endeavors.
All right, Ryan.
Cool. Well, I have another really short one, and I'll just go ahead and post the name of it in the description so you don't have to track it down. This is the new Graph Fitner with Tunes of Citra Aura. This is a Swedish two-piece, I think. Total unabashed dissection worship. If you like dissection, you'll like this band. If you don't, you probably won't care. It's pretty much that simple. This band, I think they're one of those bands who's only a studio project. They release albums pretty consistently every 2 or 3 years, and they're always good, and they're always just fucking jam-packed with incredible riffs that sound like they could have easily been on the Somber Lane. A killer album art, killer like overall aesthetic. Yeah.
Fuck, I forgot to go back to that shit.
Yeah, I mean, I already love this band, so like when they released this record, I just knew I was going to spend a lot of time with it anyway. Complete second wave black metal worship, Swedish style, just angry, mean, catchy, fast. Something I love about this band is they absolutely refuse to improve their production. They just flat out won't do it. Every record sounds equally good or bad depending on how you view that style of black metal. But this band's incredibly consistent and incredibly good as far as I'm concerned. I mean, this is just a collection of really catchy black metal. Definitely recommend this one.
Yeah, I liked it when I first heard it, and then, I mean, just with the fucking onslaught of stuff that came out this year, it got pushed to the side, I think.
Yeah, of course. It's inevitable, but I personally think this is the best dissection clone. And they're sort of older, and it's an older project than a lot of the other dissection clones.
Yeah.
So I think they've had more time to figure it out, and also like figure out what made dissection good, but also not just copy dissection songs like riff for riff, essentially. This is the fast part. This is the melodic solo. Like they don't quite do it like that, but it's very clear what they're going for.
Yeah, God, they got 8 full lengths in the last 10 years.
Insane.
That's awesome.
And they're all good.
I know. It's like another band to delve into for, a week.
Yeah, exactly.
It's what live.
It's often the problem I have with dissection clones is they often kind of like do it pretty good, but not quite as good as the master,
I know people who like this band more than dissection, which is controversial, but I mean, they do it well. They really have it figured out. I think there's a difference between a band who knows what makes dissection good and then a band that's just trying to sound like dissection. And they fall into the former camp. Like they have figured out why dissection was a good band instead of just trying to sound like Storm of the Lightsbane.
That's how I feel about that Moribund Dawn that I talked about the last stream.
Yeah, same type of thing. Mm-hmm.
That's a great record. I listened to it.
Yeah,
really
fucking killer. And like I said, it wasn't paint by numbers rewriting of the Storm and Lightsbane. I mean, like I said, the one track sounds like a rewriting of the Somber Lane a little bit, but for the most part, like, yeah. Anyway.
Oh, hey. So we're on 6 now, I think. So this one, I really wanted to get this on vinyl, but this band is pretty much impossible to get on vinyl. Just because like you have to get it from Europe and hopefully get it before it sells out within a day or whatever. But the new Grima, Frostbitten.
Mm.
And so like I was really like Ryan turned me on to this band last year with Rotten Garden, which I really, really loved. And I ended up, Ryan, I bought this along with Rotten Garden on CD because that's impossible to get on vinyl as well. I really, really want these on vinyl. And eventually, I'm sure because this band is getting pretty big, and eventually maybe they'll move on to a bigger label or something, but maybe it'll become a little bit more readily available. But, Siberian, Russian, atmospheric black metal, making the waves since last year's, and the fact that they came out with a new one so quickly this year, because Rotten Garden was a very, very strong record last year, and I loved it a lot. I might like this one even better. I don't know. I mean, like when it first dropped, I was not really quite ready for it because I was still, you know, listening to Rotten Garden and letting it, and previous records actually, which I think are good as well. But I think this one, now that I've had most of the year, because it was interesting too, because this came out pretty early in the year. I think it was like March or something like that. You know, so we're talking like a few months between full lengths, and you know, I was so taken by Rotten Garden. This one, I kind of like listened to it and shelved it for a bit, and then I came back to it. It took me about 4 or 5 listens to realize, I was like, man, why didn't I just like this from the get-go? Because it's so good. The songwriting is just so good. And, another record for me that, you know, there's no, you know, when it comes to atmospheric black metal, you can easily get kind of lost in the mix halfway through the record. And I like that these guys don't just try to make like, you know, 15, 20-minute songs or whatever and just kind of get, you know, lost in the mix. They really, I mean, they really come at you with a lot of strong music. And I think that this one is, you know, not much different from what they've done before, but better. And I think that they're just honing their songcraft. And just, you know, what I like about these guys is like what I like about most, you know, atmospheric black metal bands is I want to hear like their heritage. I want to hear like where they're from. You know, and I don't know, there's something about, I can easily hear the Siberian wilderness in this music. And, you know, maybe that's largely part to the instrumentation. You know, they use accordion a good bit. And this one, I wouldn't say like where I felt maybe the last one's a little more dynamic. This one just really, really, I mean, just holds on good, strong melodic riffs. And good imagery, good. I like the way the band members look. They seem to be kind of rising in the ranks, but this one really, really came up in the list for me over the year because originally I didn't even think it was going to make it. But yeah, it takes a few listens, you know, but once you get into it, it's again, I was like, man, I don't know how I didn't just be blown away by this from the get-go. But you know, again, like we talked about earlier in the year, they should have moved the logo to like right in the middle so we can see what's going on over here. But cool artwork.
I think they did that for the shirt. Didn't someone bring that up? Like the shirt design?
Last stream. They showed the shirt. Yeah.
Somebody realized that doesn't look as good as it could, and they changed.
But,
I think those guys are. I learned recently those guys are twins.
Yeah, they're twin brothers.
I think that's cool.
Well, I just love, like, you know, like it looks like they're where they're making the music, and you know, they got these weird like owl masks that they wear that kind of gives it sort of a, I don't know, just an interesting, unique kind of look. But I love this picture right here. It's just cool. Just equally matches the music that you hear on here. It's just like Siberian Majesty or something. Fantastic black metal. You know, I think these guys, like, you look at their pages and they seem to really be blowing up. Like they do like all these really crazy extensive tours like in Europe, but yet I don't really see any, you know, write-ups about them in the mainstream or anything. So maybe they're still kind of staying in the underground, even though they're, you know, gaining momentum. But great band. I really did this one a lot.
Yeah, that's one of those albums. I got it. Actually, it came out in the summer. It came out in July. But the
oh, it was July. Okay.
There again, was one of those albums where it was like, God, I got so much shit sitting on my shelf from this year that could have easily been at anywhere on this list. It is so aggravating. So they were one of those bands I kind of put in the battle royale, just mixing different bands and see what really jumped out to compile my list. And when I say they didn't make the cut, it's because it wasn't good. It was just at that moment, something like caught me a little bit better. But I remember liking that one initially right off the get-go better than Rotten Garden, which I did pick up actually later on. I did get Rotten Garden, and I do really like that one a lot.
Yeah, I might even like this one better. I would say to anybody watching that doesn't know the band, I mean, I would say this is like the Siberian equivalent to Wolves in the Throne Room. I mean, that's kind of what they sound like to me. Just, you know, they kind of sound like they're living what their music is, but like they're from, you know, the other side of the world. So it's very good stuff. Mm-hmm. All right, Tyler.
All right, so for my next one, going to Italy, Nubivagant. I think that's how you pronounce that. Nubivagant. The Wheel in the Universe. So this is it's a really unique listen. I've said it in some reviews I've written for it. I actually wrote a review about it on Black Metal Daily, and I don't know why it works as well as it does. Let me start with that. Because it's extremely repetitive black metal, like deeply rooted in second wave. But then when you figure out the guy behind it, Giannotti Potenti, I mean, the dude's been a 1,000,001 bands out of Italy, like Chaos Invocation, Frost Moon Eclipse, was it Dervaza, I think is one of them that he's in. I mean, the dude's got a slew of just amazing bands, and he's integral to all these bands. But anyway, so it's super repetitive, kind of trance-inducing black metal with exclusively clean vocals. And best way I could describe the clean vocals, it sounds like 1970s kind of doom rock or something. You know, it's like it's clean, but it's not like there's a little bit of a sinister quality behind it. A lot of the songs kind of fall into a similar pattern. And like I said, it's all things that normally you would be like, is this really going to be good? But then I only listened to a few albums more than this one over the course of the year. And this album was a staple for my commute, you know, driving back and forth from my house to work. And it's a great exercise in subtlety. His approach to songwriting on this, it's all subtlety. Every song only has like maybe 2 or 3 main riffs, and there's only a slight shift in between riffs. But when he shifts to the new riff, it's profound. And then when he goes back to an older riff, you're just like, it's mind-blowing. Like, I don't know why it works as well as it does, but it's absolutely amazing. But yeah, second wave black metal, exclusively clean vocals. And as far as the clean vocals go, he doesn't push his range. Like, he finds a range that he sounds good in, and he doesn't try to push beyond that. Because I'm sure we've all heard projects where someone tries to, you know, step outside the box a little bit and it doesn't sound good. He doesn't fall into that trap. One of the ways I described this album was the music is supposed to be trance-inducing, and his approach to the vocals and the cadence that he does on almost every single song, it's almost like he's standing at a pulpit and like, you know, reciting incantations or something. Like, I really don't know a better way to describe it, but it's unique. Like, it's a unique listen. And someone compared the guy's vocals to Pallbearer, which is a band I'm not familiar with at all. So I don't know how accurate that is, but there's a name that you can, you know, check out and try to attach this to. But yeah, if you like really atmospheric, like repetitive second wave black metal, and you want to hear what it sounds like with kind of doomy sounding 70s rock vocals, then Nubivagant. And this is their second album. And the first album is almost exactly the same, except a little more raw. A little more raw sounding.
I think I listened to this, and the clean vocals threw me off, and I think I stopped. But I'll give it another try.
Well, like I said, like when he launches into it, you're just like, wait, what the fuck? But then like it drew me in because I was like, it's not very often you hear that. I mean,
yeah. No, but I like it. It's cool, unique. you know?
But like I said, it's an exercise in subtlety. Because like I said, this is the same guy that writes music for Frost Moon Eclipse, and Frost Moon Eclipse is anything but simple. Like, it's an absolute smorgasbord of riffs constantly. And this is like the vast polar opposite of that. And actually, I mentioned like the whole pulpit thing and everything else. Like, that's the band photo for this. So I mean,
That rules.
I think
That's
I
cool.
think it's intended to be like viewed as kind of ritualistic music.
Yeah. The constant riffing for sure.
And like you said, it's just subtleties. It's exercise in subtlety. Like, the riffs don't change much, but when they do, it's like, it's profound. Like, it's inexplicable why it's as awesome as it is for me.
You got me at Pallbearer, so because I love that band.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
I'm not familiar. So, I mean, if the vocals are nowhere near that, then don't shoot the messenger.
That dude is an incredible singer. So I will check it out based on that alone.
Yeah. Well, like I said, he doesn't push his range. So he starts here and he goes up a little bit and goes down a little bit, but he doesn't. I think he knows where his zone is, and he stays in it, which is good. It's appreciated.
All right, Russ.
All right. Number 6. This is not an exercise in subtlety. This is a bit of everything. This is Autonoesis, Moon of Foul Magics.
Oh.
Yeah, so just pretty sure it's just an anonymous one person. Let's see here. Melodic, progressive, thrash, black, death, heavy metal. It's a bit of everything. It's kind of crazy. If you were to if I was just to read that on paper, I probably would never have listened to it. And I don't even know why I listened to it in the first place, but because I remember I listened to their first album. It didn't catch me much. The production is, so. They're an unsigned band, which is a crime. This album, this guy or this person, whoever it is insanely talented. This album is amazing. It's, like I said, just all these different genres packed into this album. The first song is just kind of starts off very slow and beautiful, kind of acoustic guitar picking, very atmospheric. So that kind of draws you in. And then the second song starts and it's just completely different, like a straight up thrash riff. And you're like, okay, I guess this is what it is. And that second song is probably one of my favorite songs of the year. It's easily a top 3 song of the year for me. It's 8 minutes of it's basically like a medley of all those different genres that this album is. It's an 8-minute song with just awesome riffs, black metal thrash riffs, just some insanely great shredding. There's a lot of shredding on this album. It's definitely he shows off the guitar skills. The vocals are kind of very, very far back in the mix. There's a lot of reverb on the vocals, so not really a highlight, which is fine, just because the instrumentals are just so killer. There's a Viking metal song on here, like kind of random, but it's so great. You're like, what the hell? This is an awesome song. Yeah, even though it comes out of nowhere, kind of. It's like Falkenbach like worship.
Whoa, what?
Stuff. Yeah, it's just like this random 4-minute like acoustic kind of Viking folk song. Sounds like something off of a Falkenbach, yeah. And it's kind of out of nowhere, but it's a great song. So you're like, what the hell? Sure. But yeah, like this album is all over the place, but it's just a great blend of all these different genres. And it's not, I don't see myself listening. I wouldn't see myself listening to much other things, albums like this. Like I said, if I saw this on paper, I'd be like, nah, I'm gonna skip that. But there's just some awesome, just some great riffs. And if you're not into it by the second song, then yeah, you probably won't like it. But the second song's a medley of all the genres, and then each song is kind of like more or less sticks to like a specific genre. Like the third song is just a straight up thrash song. The other ones are like a black and atmospheric black metal song. But yeah, like it's crazy they're unsigned. Like this is so good. I don't know if you guys have heard this, but yeah, it's a great album. This could have been a lot higher, but yeah.
I saw this on a bunch of endless. Like it was like Your Last Rites and Angry Metal Guy. All those guys were pimping this album. I had not gotten around to it, but
yeah, you might like it, Jimmy. Maybe for the progressive elements too, but and the awesome guitar playing. Yeah, highly recommend.
Yeah, that album was making the rounds in the Facebook groups I'm part of as well. Okay. So it's getting out there.
Yeah,
I just haven't checked it out yet.
Yeah, it sounds like it's not something for a lot of us that we would typically listen to, but I would give it a chance for sure.
Nice.
Go 3 songs. If you can't get past 3 songs, then yeah, maybe it's not for you. But
all right, Ryan.
This band next.
And again.
Sorry, I keep messing up I keep doing this because it's like I keep looking at the circle and I put the list next to me.
Last time we did it in a circle.
Yeah, and now it's so anyway, sorry, Than.
Now Jimmy changed the show up.
We're anti-clockwise in a different meaning of that word.
Wither shins.
So we're on 6, right?
Yes.
Yep.
So my 6, I owe Jimmy again for introducing me to this band. I think he first played an earlier album for this band. I don't remember which one, when we were camping before hiking up Crestone Peak in Colorado, which is one of the biggies, one of the more challenging ones, and one of the first 2 14ers that we hiked together. And it's the new Nachachwin album.
Oh.
Kanawa Black. Which I really fell in love with this album quite a bit. I haven't heard too much in terms of critical whatever about this album, because I know people have strong feelings about this band and have been listening to them for a while. But this is the first one for me to come out since I've known about them. And I like this album a lot. It has a lot of meaning, I think, especially going back. The way they put together their albums there's so much love in what they do for the cultural subject matter that they're dealing with, and for the geographical areas that they inhabit, which are very close to where I live, west of here, but very much Ohio River Valley. They talk a lot. Super cool every song here, and it's hard to define the music here because it's got so much of so many different things. There are definite touches of more melodic black metal. There's all sorts of folk influence throughout, folk instruments played by the 2 guys that play in this band. And oh my gosh, there's like a killer like late era bolt thrower tribute in one of the songs that just like absolutely blows me away on this record. I'm a huge bolt thrower fan. But they talk a lot about the Laurel Highlands of Western PA, which is where the PA State High Point is, closer to Pittsburgh than it is to Philly. And PA is a pretty big state, not as big as other states that we have represented here, but still, it takes probably 4 or 5 hours to get over there from here. It's very inspiring for me to get out there and explore that part of my state a little bit more. Yeah, I really dig this album a lot. I love it. The thing that I hear the most with this album is it's just clear that these guys make music together a lot and they jam a lot. There's a lot of air in the music. There is a much more organic feel to the music than I think we realize we're not hearing in a lot of music that's being that's being completely pre-produced on laptops and what have you, on DAWs that don't really lend themselves to sort of more organic musical devices like a Celerando and kind of unmeasured space rhythmically in the music. I think we get used to hearing things that are like really rigidly programmed, and then those maps are passed right along to the producer who produces the album, if that's a thing that's happening, so it's just clear from this record that these guys are making music together, figuring out the space that the music needs, since so much of what they talk about has to do with physical space. I just think this album's fantastic. Like, it was really inspiring for me to go back and listen to it again on vinyl yesterday, reading along with the really cool program notes that he has in there. Yeah, I love this record. It's super cool. Hard to define. There's heavy metal stuff. There's black metal stuff. There's death metal stuff. Folk, great harsh vocals, great pitched vocals, just everything. It's a heavy metal album.
I'll just go ahead and tap in there because this isn't my number 6. This is my number 5, but I'll just go ahead and get my thoughts because it's close enough.
Nice.
Flawless record. Truly incredible. I have not liked anything this band has done as much as this record. And it's just really refreshing. Like, it's clearly black metal, but they have so many other influences, as you already elaborated on. And everything's incorporated seamlessly. Like, they're just phenomenal musicians, and they really, really have a tight grip on what they're trying to do with their music. Nothing feels sort of ad hoc. Everything's very, very planned out. But like, it still allows for that like organic musicianship that you were talking about, Fan. So yeah, I just have a couple extra things to say. I actually watched an interview with Aaron from this band. He said that the song "A Cure for the Winter Plagues" was their attempt at making an Anathema song, which I thought was pretty cool. I don't know if you knew that, Jimmy, but I figured that would be of interest to you. And then "Generations of War," which is the 6th track on this record, is probably my favorite song of the year. It's so incredibly cathartic. The lyrics on this record, I mean, on everything this band does, but on this record in particular, are just so poignant. Like, so much effort and a lot of refining, I think, clearly went into not only the songs but the lyrics as well, because they're really concise, they're really tight, but they also convey a lot of meaning with just a few lines. And "Generations of War" really just feels like the culmination of like the record and maybe even the band's career. I might be overselling it, but like, the song is so good. It is just a perfect metal song. There's a transition from a tremolo riff to this, like, I mean, frankly, it's almost a breakdown. Like, it's almost just like, I don't know. It's really heavy. It's a clear like nod to death metal. That may even be the bolt thrower thing you were referencing.
It 100% is. It's like,
yes.
But it's not so referential that it feels like out of place. Like, it's
no, of course. Like,
really
yes, that comparison didn't even occur to me. But as soon as you said bolt thrower, I was like, I think I know what he's talking about. It's just one of the like best musical moments of the year for me. It's unbelievably good. I get chills. It's like that's just one of those riffs that's like, it's like you kiss your wife and you go off to war. Like, it's just so fucking heavy. It's just everything metal is and should be. And I love this band so much. And I think really what is so special about this band is how many different things they can incorporate into their music while still strongly standing in the black metal camp. it's not gimmicky. You know, they really are genuinely very interested in the lyrical content and the sense of place that they're creating with their music. Yeah, man. I mean, yeah, this record easily could have been higher, but I'm going to keep saying that, I guess. But yeah, it's just such a phenomenal record. So, so that's my number 5. I'll just do my number 6 really quickly, since we were coming up on that.
Nope, you're good.
This is the new Bluedout's Nord record, Disharmonium.
Oh,
I did a review earlier in the year on this record, and I think I also talked to Jimmy about this record on a stream earlier this year. I was not really a fan of Bluedout's Nord until this record came out. But something about, I mean, probably because it's like so explicitly Lovecraftian, I just kind of latched onto it right away because I adore Lovecraft. I think he's one of the best writers of all time. And I really genuinely have not heard a record as unsettling and unwelcoming as this record is. A lot of bands try this style. I mean, I also, I love Portal. I love Impetuous Ritual. I love all the bands who, cultivate this otherworldly, menacing, unwelcoming sort of, I don't know, almost like 4-dimensional music that isn't really tied to like a strict time signature or certainly not tied to any sort of scale. And I just think this record is the best offering of that sort of dissonant, horrifying, unpleasant black metal. I mean, it blurs the lines. You could call this death metal too. It's very detuned. And the vocals are very sparse on this record. I think that's really notable. It's hard to really parse it out because the record flows very well all the way throughout. But there are 3 or 4 minute sections where he's not doing any vocals. And I think there are entire tracks on this record that don't have vocals at all. I could be wrong about that, but generally speaking, he gives the music a lot of room to breathe and doesn't smother every single measure with vocals. And the vocals are so low in the mix anyway, it's hard to even like get a grasp for what he's saying. But I think this is truly the magnum opus of that style of I guess black death metal. It's just so unwelcoming. There's a lot of variety too. It's not just blast beats and tremolo riffs. There's some almost groovy sections that still manage to be kind of off kilter and unsettling.
Yeah, there's like polyrhythms. It's like drumming.
100%. He bleeds over. He'll take like 6 measures to resolve a drum pattern where the guitar is just playing in 4/4, and it's just really, really unsettling music. I've said that like 5 times, but it genuinely is. It sort of it gives you a feeling in the pit of your stomach, and that's also, I mean, that's exactly what Lovecraft's writing is all about. That sort of feeling of like universal homelessness, like humans or life in general doesn't and shouldn't belong in the universe. And I think this music is the perfect soundtrack to that. And it's worth mentioning, he released another album this year that is a collection of, I don't want to call them demos, but like it's the same type of music, because Bluedout's Nord has a lot of different styles of music encapsulated in the project. And he released another 6-track album that's sort of very similar in style. I don't think it's as good. It's certainly not as cohesive, but those are also worth listening to if you liked this record and didn't know that existed.
Weren't those the ones that they're tied in with some forum group or something?
Yeah, I don't know. Or
it was like exclusive to that forum group.
Yeah, I didn't really care to figure out what was going on there, but they were released like weekly or every couple months or something in a group chat or some, I don't know.
Yeah,
some internet,
some sort of internet forum, or like with dark music internet forum thing that was exclusive. Which that's pretty cool. That's pretty unique.
I'm curious what happened that made him want to release this as well, because I got the impression he wanted them to just be like little, I don't know, breadcrumbs for the people in that group. But
I imagine a bunch of butthurt Bluedout's Nord fans found out about it and were like, what the fuck?
We're never going to get to hear this. So yeah, I'm glad he released it, but I think the solid material is on Disharmonium, and the other tracks they're B-sides essentially. They're very good if you already like the album. Otherwise, you don't need to track it down.
Yeah, it was kind of a surprising release for me because I was expecting Memoria of Vetusta Part 4, which I had heard he was working on, which is like, I know you're not really big into that stuff, but that's the shit that I love by the band. But this one, I mean, like, I really like all Blood Nord stuff, but this one really, you gotta definitely be in the mood for it. But I think you were right that, like, I mean, there's a lot of bands that like do the Lovecraftian thing, but there's no better band to really capture that sort of unsettling of what I would think of what is the world of sort of these entities. And I think this record really kind of encapsulates that. And it's one that I just hadn't spent enough time with. It probably would have ranked up there for me, but it's just such a, a special, I would say, kind of listen, because you're not going to go back to it. You have to be in the mood for it. At least for me.
I agree completely. And I actually, as much as I love this record, it's a top 5, top 6 record for me this year. I put it on driving home from Mount Shasta. I was in the car with Rachel and I just put that on. And like halfway through, I finished the record, but halfway through I was like, I'm not really in the mood for this right now. I'm surrounded by like beautiful pine trees and stuff. And it just wasn't it wasn't the vibe at that time. So there's definitely a time and place to listen to this. And it's not a hiking record, I guess is a good way to put it.
It's very much a earphones. Like you got to have good, put on a good set of earphones to really listen
to it. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because there's a lot of detail too. There's a lot going on in the music.
Yeah. Be ready for the nightmare.
Exactly.
It never ends. For sure. Good stuff, man.
Cool.
All right. So I think we're down to 5, right? Did I get everybody? Sorry. No. So everybody good? Or I mean, anybody got time constraints or anything like that? Or
I'm gonna hop off around 10:45 if that's cool.
Okay, so 20 minutes. You mean 10:45 my time? Or
sorry, 11:45 your time.
Okay, cool. Because there was a couple of things I wanted to get in before you leave. Because I figured you would. But okay, so I get to number 5, and this is one of the ones I definitely wanted you to hear, Ryan. Was the Vital Spirit, of course.
Hell yes.
And actually, this probably would have ranked up higher, but I want to talk about it right now. I mean, I'm kind of at the point in my list. I don't know about you guys, but like really, all these are kind of interchangeable in terms of like where they rank. But I really wanted to kind of bring this up again. Vital Spirits. Let me remove this. Cold as the night, still as the wind. Is that right, or is it still as the night, cold as the wind? I always like mix that up. Anyway, this band, still as a night, cold as wind. So this band, obviously, a couple of you guys have talked about it. I mean, all I can really add about it is that, I learned about this record from you guys. I have not seen anybody really talk about it anywhere, which is kind of surprising. I mean, this is a debut record for the band, and they're from Vancouver, I believe. But I'll say right off the bat, like another record that really like crept up even more and more in my list. And I just realized how much I loved it, listened to it the other day. I mean, there's absolutely no filler on this record. I mean, from start to finish, this thing is like, perfect. I mean, I wouldn't change a thing about it. Being sort of, again, an atmospheric black metal record in a way, but very much like Americana black metal. And, in the form of Wayfarer or things like that. If you like Wayfarer, great band. I actually like this band better so far after listening to this. And I think one of the things that you noticed instantly is that this is true Americana. And one of the things I really wanted to highlight, because you guys have kind of said it best, and again, being a band that does, the style of music, I mean, you could easily get lost in the mix with these kind of records. But these guys, their riffs, the songwriting, and the concept, it just sounds authentically like a Western, but like where Wayfarer is kind of more like the Colorado sort of, I don't want to say like the railroad kind of Western. This is really like rooted in history, this record. And what I wanted to highlight for you guys, because I know, if you guys like this, is in the liner notes, they give recognition to a couple of authors. And they specifically call out Cormac McCarthy,
That was going to be my first question. That makes me so happy.
Yeah.
He's my favorite author of all time.
Yeah, great author. I knew you loved him, Ryan. Obviously, No Country for Old Men, but of course, I think they are referring a lot more in this record to Blood Meridian,
Yes,
which is a very, very amazing read. If you guys like Cormac McCarthy, and it's a difficult read too, very brutal. I mean, just barbaric read. But one of the great, literature, whatever you would call it, writers of our time, and ultimately The Road, which is an amazing post-apocalyptic story. But specifically, what I wanted to point out on the liner notes here, which Ryan, I wonder if you're familiar, they also specifically call out S.C. Gwynn. And
no, I'm not familiar.
Okay, so they call it S.C. Gwynn, and specifically, and big time for me, is Hampton Sides. So, and I brought this book here. This book is called Empire of the Summer Moon by S.C. Gwynn and Quanah Parker and the Rise and Fall of the Comanches. And this book is all about really kind of a history of Texas, and but ultimately, about the Comanches and about the history of horse riding. And I highly, especially for you, Ryan, I highly recommend this book. I mean, if you're into, Western Americana history, this book will blow your fucking mind, and it will also give you nightmares.
I'm absolutely going to read this. I appreciate you delving into this.
Writing?
Really cool.
What was that, Russ?
You say history of horse riding?
Yeah, they really go into like how, the author, he really goes into like how, the Spanish basically integrated horsemanship into the North America, and how the Comanches adopted horse riding, how they mastered it as a culture.
Cool.
But they were also the most barbaric Indian race you could even conceive of. And this book, there might be some, it might be a little bit embellished. It might be a little bit romanticized, but at the same time, it's also very just an interesting story about Quanah Parker, who was really like the last Comanche who was sort of like westernized, because his mother was white and his mother was adopted into the tribe, and it's extremely hard read too, because it's brutal as hell. They were barbaric. They were pretty awful. And I don't want to go too deep into it, but I think this is part. I wanted to highlight this book, but most specifically and especially, I wanted to highlight this book, which is called Blood and Thunder, by Hampton Sides. I'm sorry, I don't have my physical copy of it because I gave it to my father-in-law, but I think that this record by Vital Spirit is the soundtrack to this book. By Hampton Sides. If you're not familiar with Hampton Sides, he's written about 6 or 7 books, and he's the kind of like historical writer that, like, it's history, but the writing is so engaging. You can't put it down. This is obviously the epic story of Kit Carson and the conquest of the American West, and specifically, this is about the Navajo conflict in the 1800s, and mostly about Kit Carson in a lot of ways, but it really covers a lot of the history of Colorado and New Mexico in the Santa Fe Trail, and the history of the trappers, which Kit Carson was a trapper, and the hard lives that they lived, and ultimately the conquest of these states over here, and how they basically completely screwed over the Navajos, and completely It's a complete history of the Navajo Nation, and how they basically displaced them, and it's an interesting read because like it really goes into the fact that, like, I think a problem today is that people, different cultures can't communicate very well, and if they maybe would have understood each other a little bit better, maybe things would have gone off a little bit better. But this book, Ryan, will blow your fucking mind. It's so good. I've read it twice. I can't recommend it enough. And I think that this Vital Spirit record is the soundtrack to Blood and Thunder and those other books aforementioned. And I was really, really just jazzed to see that in the liner notes, because when I listen to this, I hear those books, they somehow make, I don't know how to describe like Americana music or like or Western, music. Like Wayfarer kind of does it in a way like they put in like some of those like early those early piano sounds and things like that. It sounds like a Wild Western kind of movie. This to me sounds like the Native American Wild West, and it's very much the indigenous black metal that I think Nechachwan spearheaded, and ultimately is culminating with bands like Vital Spirit and Black Braid and Wayfarer in a sense. And but going back to the music, I really wanted to highlight that for you guys. Read those books, highly recommend. And this is a fantastic record that from start to finish is absolutely captivating in its scope, and I think reaches the highlights of those books for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, you got me stoked to read those. Jeez.
That was awesome, Jimmy. That was really cool. And
yeah, thank you for that.
I'm thrilled to come away with books to read as well as albums to listen to. So very cool. I'm actually reading a Cormac McCarthy novel right now, and as soon as I finish that, I'll get these lined up. This is my number 3. Can I just go ahead and
absolutely
knock it out? I think you did a great job. I actually don't have much to add. I think a couple things that occur to me after listening to this record so many times this year. I think Western American black metal is kind of creating its own unique identity, and I'm lumping Canada in because they're, it's still North America. I think you literally just highlighted bands who kind of have that sort of unique vibe. But it's cool to see it sort of spreading internationally while still maintaining a sort of regional, just bands west of the Rockies, black metal bands west of the Rockies with this sort of, I don't know, it's a very, very large geographical area, but there's definitely a common thread occurring in these bands that I think is very, very fascinating. And I also find the focus on regional history, very engaging. And as I age, I find it a lot more compelling than Satanism or some of the more fanciful elements of black metal. Musically, I just think this record is perfect. It's similar to Nechachwan. They incorporate non-traditional metal instrumentation in a very, very natural way. Nothing feels forced. All of they're like interlude portions. I think there's one interlude track, but there's a couple reprieves, I guess, from metal throughout the album, and they all just feel very, it's like an Ennio Morricone soundtrack, but it doesn't feel silly or shoehorned. It genuinely elevates the atmosphere of the record. One final thing. This is weird to say, but I hear a lot of Inquisition influence in this project, specifically because they have this really unique thing they do where they so Inquisition does the thing where they strum a chord and bend all the notes at the same time, and it's got this really like otherworldly, like warped quality, and they do this a lot in their music. Vital Spirit, that is. I don't know if that's intentional, and I don't hear many bands do it. That's why it stuck out to me immediately, but I just thought it was cool because unfortunately I still like Inquisition's music. So it's cool to be able to get a dose of that without actually having to listen to Inquisition. Yeah, man, I love this record. This could have been number 1. It probably should have been, but it is what it is. Final thing, I think I especially like the that you read the liner notes, because another band who I will mention later in the stream also took influence from Blood Meridian on their newest release. So that's just really cool. Very serendipitous and feels very cool. It's my favorite book of all time. It is the American novel. It's so good, and it's cool that they were intentionally drawing on that while creating this record. I will shut up now.
Yeah, well, they that it's cool when you can really like that. That was the sort of thing that kind of blew me away about it, because I love the music so much. But Blood and Thunder. I mean, again, that Hampton Sides, he writes like, it's not just like he's done a couple World War II books. He did a book on the assassination of Martin Luther King. He's got a couple, did a book on the Korean War, all engaging, really, it's not like hard history that's really hard to read. It's like engaging, like just like you're watching a movie in a way, just flows really well. And it just, if you read the lyrics to this record, I think that you hear Kit Carson mentioned quite a bit, and I think that was a big part of their inspiration on the side of S.C. Gwynn and Cormac McCarthy. So very cinematic in scope and amazing record. Anybody that's watching this, or if you haven't heard it, it's very promising band coming up, and I can't wait to see what they do next for sure. So sorry to go so long on that one, but I just wanted to make sure I pointed those things out.
Yeah. Well, it was a twofer because now I don't have to belabor my number 3. So good use of time.
So we're still on 5, and Tyler, you're up next, right?
All right. Well, tough act to follow. Anyway, so my number 5 is the new Iku Turso album, Into Dawnless Realms. Are you guys familiar with the Finnish metal reviewer Rauta? He's got a YouTube channel. He does interviews with all these Finnish bands and whatever.
Yeah, I know that guy.
Anyway, he did a review on this one recently, and the first words out of his mouth, and it cracked me up because he did it so succinctly. What I was trying to say with this album, he said, "Emperor is dead. Long live Iku Turso," and that's apt to a degree. So this project, along with Corpatuli, I think it's kind of a labor of love for the main guy behind both projects, Jonas Jutinen. He's very much about the old school second wave symphonic black metal. The Corpatuli album was on my expanded list in my top 25. And that one is like, it's the more avant-garde side of 1990s symphonic black metal. And Iku Turso is more like the more focused, aggressive side of 1990s symphonic black metal, specifically Norwegian symphonic black metal. Couple ways I would describe this album is it's a little bit less synth heavy than your typical Emperor release. More focus is definitely on the guitars. But musically speaking, with that in mind, this is something that possibly could have bridged the gap between Nightside and Anthems. It's a little more technical than Anthems, but not nearly as chaotic. Or I'm sorry, a little more technical than Nightside, but not nearly as chaotic as Anthems. But picture those kind of riffs. Picture like the opening song in the Nightside Eclipse, and it's that kind of riffing style. I mean, you'll hear a little bit of Mayhem in parts. You'll hear a little bit of Satyricon in other parts, but none of it doesn't feel like a ripoff. It doesn't feel like a cheap send-up. It's definitely a big love letter to the 1990s Norwegian second wave black metal. The synth work on it is very reminiscent of like maybe Stormblast era Dimmu Borgir. That kind of it's not all the strings and stuff. It's still very much synth, but it's that real technical and real classical inspired type of work. It's just a fantastic album. Like if you like those nostalgia bombs like I do, this definitely hits those spots, as it were. But yeah, I mean it's even got like you guys recognize the shape of that church. That's one of the big churches in Norway.
Yeah,
but in a fantasy epic setting on a painting, But no, it's cool stuff. It's super cool stuff. And like I said, it doesn't feel like a cheap send-up. It's definitely well crafted and well executed, and it's a really good homage to that era of the Norwegian scene for sure. And I like it better than a lot of the Norwegian bands that are coming out nowadays trying to do the same style, to be perfectly honest.
And where are they from again? They're from
Finland.
They're from Finland.
Yeah, and actually the main guy, he's been singing on a couple of the Kalman Kantaha albums as well. So the guy second from the right is the main composer of the band, the S. Corpatuli.
I love some of those Kalman Kantaya records, like some of the middle ones.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
very good.
But yeah, he also, like, Corpatuli is also the name of his label that he's running as well, where he does like cassette pressings on a bunch of really obscure Finnish bands. Worth checking out.
Cool. Haven't heard this one yet. Another one to get to. All right, Russ.
Okay, number 5. My number 5 is an atmospheric black metal band from New Zealand, one-man band, Old Throne. The album is Angorta More, something like that. Yeah, so this album is apparently, I think I talked about it on the mid-year stream we did. It's apparently a tribute to the tragedy of the Great Famine in Ireland. The whole album's about that.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, there's really not much to say about this album. It's very straightforward. It's just kind of straightforward, atmospheric, not in the sense of like Alcest. It's very straightforward, kind of like second wave.
Hey, Jimmy, I actually have it.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. Just super riff heavy. Great songs. Like there's so many memorable riffs in this thing. It's great. And it's one of those albums where I'm pretty good about giving albums a shot. Lately, I've been, I don't know, I guess really strict about it. Just, okay, if I'm not sucked in by the first song, like, I'm done with it. And this album, the first song was okay. It didn't really suck me in, and I gave it a shot, and I think the album really grows as the songs go on. So I'm glad I stuck with it on this, because later in the album, it's so great. Like, the best song.
The back cover is really cool too.
It is nice. Conla's Fate is again one of my top 3 songs of the year. That is just such, and I don't know why that's in the middle of the album. That is a totally like a last song of the album. It's just like this awesome epic song with just starts slowly with the acoustic guitars and just the riffs come in, and there's so many great riffs in that song. It's just a total like head banging, trance inducing, like riffing album. Like I said, there's not much to it. It's fairly straightforward, but it's just awesome melodic riffing, the whole thing. Screechy vocals. There's a little bit of acoustic guitar, I guess, but just some, yeah. And when I was trying to make, I guess I'll say when I was trying to make I've been doing my like best riffs of the year, just, it's fun on Instagram. And like, I was trying to like pick one on of this album, and there's too many to pick from. It was so hard to choose just one. Like, there's just so many great like melodic like riffs on this.
Yeah, I'll have to do some more listens of this. But yeah, once again, this is one of those albums where it competed for a spot in my expanded list, and it just didn't quite make the cut. And like, I don't know, like I look at a lot of my other CDs that I got from this year, and I'm just like, fuck, man, any of these could have been on this list.
No, yeah,
Tough year, man.
You mentioned, yeah.
But no, it's a great album. Great album.
Don't judge it by the first song. The first song's fine. The first song is fine, but the great songs are in the middle, in the end.
The artwork is killer, and it's on the same label that Grima is on, Nuttermock.
Yeah, Naturmock fucking killed it this year. They had a shit ton of releases. They're really awesome.
All right, Dan.
All right, number 5 for me, representing more or less kind of my local scene here. I kind of feel that Philly Baltimore, DC, even Richmond to some extent are very much kind of like joined a bit in this kind of mid-Atlantic sort of metal scene. This is a DC band, a grindcore band with some death influences. It's very much a grindcore album. It's a band that I've seen live a few times, and they are incredible. This is the first full length from the band No Mas, DC band.
Thought this one was going to creep in.
Yeah, classic sort of grindcore collage cover. Great logo. Cool vinyl with like a butterfly effect. Yeah, I love this band. They put out a few like 7 inches and stuff before this, and I saw them live before this came out. Our good buddy James, who I've been friends with since I was in college, he lives in DC, and he was pushing this band on me for quite some time. I finally got to go see them. They were opening up for Misery Index, down in Baltimore, and man, they blew me away. They were the highlight of that evening, even with a band like Misery Index that I love quite a bit. And they're really indicative of that, like of in particular the DC Baltimore scene. I go see a lot of shows in Baltimore and DC. My buddy lives down there. It's easy enough to do. And it's a tight scene. I mean, you'll see dudes from like Blake and JR from Pig Destroyer showing up at all these shows like all the time, like shows that they're not playing. People from like when I went to see Exhumed and Castrator, etc. Like those two guys and like a couple of dudes from No Mas showed up at that show. Like it's a really cool scene, super tight. And these guys are incredible. Like it's really confrontational grindcore with like incredible riffs. They're super tight. Their vocalist is incredibly emotive. Like he'll be like down like his whole body down on the stage, just like with the people in the front row. They have a huge like little, I mean, they have a group of people that come to all their shows that are just like absolutely rabid about the band. And he'll be like down there with them, like grabbing them, like singing the songs. Just like a super awesome vibe to see this band live. And their first full length really, really delivered. Like it's a huge, huge step up, I think, from the 7 inches that they did before, but they definitely haven't lost the spirit of that at all. Like super, super great record. All kind of 1 to 2 minute songs. 15 songs, 21 minutes. I love it. Like just the guitarist in this band is like a machine. Like the tempo changes in the rapport that he has with the drummer, like they're lockstep, super tight live, and it very much shows on the record. Great, memorable riffs, like killer breakdowns, just all the stuff you want out of good, like kind of death metal grindcore hybrid. Highly recommend. It's got a lot of the lyrics are in Spanish. Song titles are mostly in Spanish, but I would say most of the lyrics are English. They're great and very, very representative of my local scene.
I was pissed we didn't get to see him at the Maryland Death Fest.
I know,
because we didn't have the tickets to the grind tent or whatever it was.
Yeah, and that's one bad thing about the setup of that. It's an imperfect festival. They're all imperfect, but it kind of makes it hard to cross the streams.
Well, I mean, we probably would have missed whatever we were seeing at the main
it's
show.
a no-go. It's an impossible decision. So you stay
I remember
out
James was like talking them up big time, though. He was like all about that band.
Yeah, I've probably seen them three or four times at this point. They're killer. I'm super stoked for them. It'd be awesome to see them get on a big tour with like a Napalm or something like that. I think it would really work well.
That reminds me, I think Brutal Truth is releasing an album this year.
Are you serious?
Oh, really?
Oh my God, I hadn't heard that.
I am.
Love
There's a single out. It's very good.
No way.
Yep.
Wow, Kevin Sharp's busy because Venomous Concept has got something going too. It's killer. I'll check it out, man. I love Brutal Truth, man. Need to Control, that album like absolutely blew my mind when I heard it the first time back in whatever it was, 97 or whenever I first heard it, 6 or 7. Awesome.
Cool. Well, my number 5 was Nachachwin, so listen to Nachachwin.
Sweet.
Awesome.
That's right. You already talked about it. Okay. So 4, is that where we're at? Yeah. Okay. So, well, since you just said it, and this is actually, I'm gonna fast forward. I'm just gonna, you know what? Who gives a fuck about the order anymore? In terms of top 1 through 5, but this is my, number 1 record of the year. I'm the only reason why I'm fast forwarding is because I wanted to share something with you guys like I did with the Vital Spirit. Because I know you got to leave a little early, Ryan. So, but this is number 1 for me. We've already talked about it enough. You guys have said everything there is to say about it. The one thing I will say is that, if you really dig this record, go back to their early records, because their early records are every bit as good as this, if not better. Heart of Akamon, Azimuths to the Other World, and specifically Oto. I think Oto was the one I played for Youth Fan when we were camping out that night. That's the one that's like more neo-folk, like it's more acoustic based. And, this guy's just like an amazing classical guitar player. And unfortunately, I just feel like they've really gone on the radar because they've been around for a long time. I had the pleasure to meet Aaron Carey at the Fire in the Mountains and get to see him do an acoustic set, which was flawless and just unbelievable. And they were unfortunately like down a couple of members. It was just him and a drummer because a couple of the members got COVID and they still pulled it off. Just an acoustic set. It was absolutely spellbinding, amazing. And I just so happened to be like in the line for food, like later on during Steve Von Till's set, like the last set of the night, which was great. But I had to get some food, and I just so happened to be behind Aaron Carey. I don't normally like to approach musicians that I fucking care this much about, but I just did. He was the coolest dude. I ended up sharing a dinner with him, and we sat there and ate dinner. And, I had just hiked in Dolly Sods in West Virginia, and I was telling him about that and just, talking about where he's from. That's, his homeland. But, everything about this, you guys already kind of encapsulated it. I don't really need to go too far in the music, but what I wanted to just highlight really quickly, because I think that this kind of applies to all of us, on this on this stream, all of us being hikers and things like that, is I just wanted to read to you really quickly from the liner notes. Though Kanawha Black was inspired by events both factual and anecdotal in American prehistory and frontier history, the songwriting gradually progressed into an album that has a less earthy and more otherworldly atmosphere. As we tracked, mixed, and mastered this album over several years, it seemed to originate from and reside somewhere in the ether. On the surface, the song's topics continue to explore our region, Appalachia, specifically the Ohio River Valley of West Virginia and Ohio, as well as the Laurel Highlands of Pennsylvania. It continues to provide our greatest artistic influence. However, we hope that these songs will also convey to the listener that the essence of the past, even in fleeting moments in our modern lives, is still connected to us in many ways through natural mystery. Kanawha Black is our attempt to tap into the veil of this connection. And as he goes forward to talking about the Kanawha Black, he says, the lost living path in the past can be found in your hikes and in symbols carved in stone. And I just thought that was really cool, because if you read all the liner notes, he really goes deep into all his own history as and his bloodline as a Native American, and this guy fucking lives this shit. He goes out in those areas. He researches all the deep history, and it flows through in the music as well. I mean, it's just like, it's a full package, because not only is the music just amazing, but his his attempts to display and keep in the mindset of the listener the history of the land and the area is really just amazing to me, and I love it, and the fact that he just talks about hiking in it is even that much more, I think, important to bring up here on the stream with you guys here. And this band has been very close to me in my hiking adventures, and that's the most important thing is finding good music when you're hiking. So great band, great record, my number one of the year. Sorry to fast forward, but I just wanted to share that with you guys very briefly. So
no, I'm glad you did. Did they play I Can Die But Once when you saw them? Because I don't think the album was out, right?
Wait, what did you say?
When you saw them at Fire in the Mountains, I don't think the new album is out, but did they play anything from it?
Yeah, they did. They played.
Is it I Can Die But Once?
That would seem to be the one to do it.
I would guess.
I Can Die But Once. They did that one.
I can't imagine seeing that in that environment. Like, I'm gonna take that pain to my grave that I didn't get to see that.
I'll have to send you guys. I've got video. I don't usually like to take video like when I'm watching shit live, but it was so meaningful to me because you're not really going to see Nachachwin play live very often. So I'll have to put those up so you guys can see that. It was just him, and he had a drummer just doing awesome like percussion. It was, I mean, really for me, it was spellbinding. Everybody I was with didn't give a fuck about Nachachwin for whatever reason, but I mean, they were kind of like earlier in the set, but I just, that was like 80% the reason I wanted to go to that festival was just to, and the fact that I got to meet Aaron, and he was just the fucking coolest, nicest dude, man, like just completely down to earth. And I was like, man, I was out in Dolly Sods, man. I'd love to go back. He's like, dude, call me up. Tell me, man, I'll go with you. It was like, sure, man.
That's awesome.
Great guy.
That's way fucking cool.
I mean, just like authentic as hell, like down to the bone, unbelievable.
That's always good to find when you meet a musician that you admire and they're just like really chill, awesome people. No rock star attitude or whatever.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Tyler, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, so I'll just jump around. So we're on number 4 now, right? For most of us.
Yep.
So my number 4 is Nebron of Long Forgotten Times. And, another just big, fatty, awesome Van Records packaging. This one's got a second disc. It's got a couple demo stuff and one of the splits they did, or he did. So all these pictures is the same dude. But anyway, as far as the music goes, this is one of those albums that I actually had a hard time, when I was trying to write up a review for it. The kind of the mindset is you kind of, just for the sake of the reader, you kind of want to pigeonhole it into something that they can be like, oh, okay, like I'm familiar with that, or no, that interests me or whatever. The initial vibe on this comes off very like depressive black metal, like that, the DSBM type stuff, because it's very slow paced. Like it never gets beyond like a rock pace for the drums. But the riffing is a lot more intricate, a little more melodic than a lot of your DSBM stuff. And, instead of feeling like you're locked up, isolated in a room somewhere, like I got a lot of images of like being on a battlefield, like out in the rain, blood-soaked fields out in the rain in medieval times. The atmosphere on it creates like I don't want to call it medieval black metal either, because it's not really that, but it paints that kind of picture, the atmosphere that's just absolutely dripping off of this. It seems to be a concept album. There's no lyrics for it. There's only like little one-line write-ups underneath each of the song titles. So it kind of leaves you to need to paint a picture, as it were. if you want, I'll read what those say. Actually, I'll show you a quick picture of what I'm talking about. So you see underneath each of the song titles, there's just a single line of text, right? And so let me read these and then I'll tell you my thoughts on it. So it starts off, it says, coming home, silence, bleed to death. Then they sleep, half dead and lifeless in their burning homes. The battle is maybe lost, but not the war. Despise modern society and the virus called mankind. Standing behind a stone wall, I look into the old valley. I'm longing for bygone ages, raise your swords. No future, no hope, obscurity awaits. Another hopeless life, doomed to die, full of lies and deceit. Calm before the storm. So, reading these, it's, once again, it's kind of a slightly depressive atmosphere, but the way all the songs kind of flow into one another, I got an image of, maybe like an old grizzled knight or warrior of some kind. Something tragic happened to him. Maybe he got into an altercation, he got stabbed, and he's bleeding out. And the rest of these songs, and that's the opening song, that coming home, silence, bleed to death line. And then the rest of the album is like him reminiscing about times of war. That's like kind of that's the picture that was painted in my mind. In reading this and then listening to the music, I could be way the hell off base, but that's the impression I got. And I don't know, I found that to be very cool and kind of engaging in a way. But no, the music is there's a lot of really great melodies that pop out throughout this album. Very, very little by way of synths as far as to boost the atmosphere. It's very guitar driven. There is one of the songs does have like some folk instrumentation to it, but once again, it's more just the underlying support for the rest of the music. Kind of, I guess in a way, like you can make a parallel comparison to the Notor album in just that kind of enveloping atmosphere when you're listening to the music. But, rather than, being stuck in a snowstorm and contemplating, theology, like this is a guy reminiscing about times of war in some war-torn, blood-soaked, constant raining, think of like old England or something. Yeah, it's just super cool. And this came out earlier this summer, and this is one of those ones that immediately grabbed me. And I kept coming back to it over the course of the rest of the year. And it's just very engaging, very deep atmosphere, just really good, high quality German atmospheric black metal. But not fast at all. It crawls along mostly at kind of a doom pace, really.
Well, you got me with the night dying and reminiscing about old times.
Like I said, that's the only thing that's the only way I can piece it together, because like I said, it's underneath each of the song titles. So you have the introduction, which is the recurring, and then Fugitive from a Fallen Empire, Part 1, Fugitive from a Fallen Empire, Part 2. So that's, yeah, he's like maybe on the losing side of things, and now, he's kind of a castaway and people are looking for him or something. I don't know. Like I said, there's no lyrics. There's no lyrics that are printed anywhere. There's not a lyric book that comes with this. You have these single lines of text underneath each of the song titles, and good luck deciphering the unhinged vocals on this. Not going to happen.
Yeah, this is on Van Records as well. I wonder.
Yeah.
Great track
They always
record.
do an amazing job on their pressings. I did listen to this one, and it's very good. I just got kind of late to it.
Yeah. Well, on a side note, speaking of Van Records, there's an album that came out after this from a band called Trinitas that I was only made aware of like 2 days ago. And I'm like, what the fuck? There was like no press about that band. And it is like high quality stuff. Also on Van Records, but there was like no press about it. So it's kind of weird what they choose to push and don't push for a label like that.
Yeah, they've got like a few like high profile artists, and the rest are kind of. I'm always surprised when it's Van Records because I've never heard of it. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to go too deep in that other band I was just talking about, but like I said, it came up and the album was released not very long after this one. And I'm like, didn't hear about it until I read it on someone's countdown, like on the top of 2022 list. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? But there's a whole ton of those from this year. So I really shouldn't be surprised.
No. Never ends, that's for sure. All right,
Nope.
Russ.
Okay, number 4. Number 4 is a band from Russia called Olshano. The album's called Miracles. I came across this recently. I think I had listened to them before, and their previous album was pretty much all winter synth.
How do you spell their name?
Olshano, Olshanoe. I don't know if they're on Metal Archives because I don't know if this is a metal album. I don't know what this album is. It's folk. It has metal elements. Guys, they might be on Metal Archives. I don't know. But anyways, yeah. So who knows what they are? I don't know. They play dark. They play really, like I said, their previous album was winter synth, just all winter synth. This album, the first track, is another winter synth song. And by looking at the album cover, you think, okay, this is just like another dungeon synth, album. It's a really pretty, sunrise or sunset in winter. But then after the first song's over, it goes into this like kind of, I don't know, kind of quiet, like atmospheric black metal folk songs. Really folk, very little black metal elements, definitely more folk, but I guess what makes it metal is just the growling vocals. It's not even a growl. It's more of like a, that's a great band photo. Kind of, what they're all about. But yeah, their vocals are like a harsh whisper, right?
What a great photo that is.
Yeah, that's an awesome photo.
That's amazing.
So yeah, they do like these harsh whispers, kind of like similar to like Agalok, when he does like his harsh vocals, but they're like almost like a whisper, So that's kind of what the vocals are, and there is just some acoustic guitar, electric guitar. There's a lot of accordion in this again, not overpowering or anything. There's also some synths, obviously. There's drums, like not played fast at all, just very soft, slow drumming on this. Yeah, and it's just there's just a lot of folk instruments in this. I wrote, it's best listened to with a warm drink in hand on a cold winter day or anytime at sunset. It's just a very atmospheric, it's a very specific feeling when you listen to this. Just kind of like the cover is. I listened to it a lot when I was in the mountains in the snow. It was just a perfect match. And I just listened to it a ton since then. It's, something you listen to, like I said, at sunset or at night. But it's mainly like 80% folk with some metal elements to it. You don't get that a lot, like the folk instrumentation with kind of like the harsh vocals. But yeah, it's an awesome Russian folk album with some great instrumentals, and I forget what other instruments are on it, but yeah, I'd never heard of him before. It took me off guard, and yeah, sold me on the first listen. It was great. and I don't know much about them.
Perfect product placement for the tape there. I just like the background.
Yeah.
Too bad the tape sold out. Can't get
I
it.
know. I've been trying to look for it. But yeah. But yes, my number 4. It's an awesome album. I've listened to it a ton. Great mood music.
How do you feel? How do you find out about some of these folk artists?
I think that one. I think that one was actually might have been on a Dungeon Synth label that I follow, like an American one. I think just because that first album is just straight up Dungeon Synth, Winter Synth. Yeah. So I think I followed the label that put it out, and they also have like a EP out this year, which is definitely more straightforward, kind of like atmospheric black metal. But this one is, yeah, that Flax, yeah. So kind of, the dreamy, like the colors, I don't know, kind of fits the music.
That art is awesome.
Yeah. Even like some post-metal, a lot of post-metal, kind of how they like strum the guitar. It reminded me a lot of like Sigur Rós on some of the songs. Yeah, really somber, melancholic stuff.
I can't wait to check this out. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, that's great. Let me know what you guys think.
All right, Ryan.
Did Fan do his number 4?
I'm sorry. I don't know why I keep doing
It's
that.
fine. It's fine.
I think the reason why, again, because I'm going clockwise, and
honestly, either one makes sense. I'm just trying to keep it consistent.
yeah, no, it's all good.
I think you're just confusing the bald guys. That's
probably what's going on.
I don't think it has anything to do with clockwise.
I'm deeply offended.
Oh man,
Jimmy.
I'll shave my head.
The bottom row bald guys, just like totally.
Story of my life.
Yep. I love how I feel like on this top 10 from everybody, we're getting a lot of really like a handful of really seasonal choices too, for like it being winter right now, that I'm like really stoked about checking out. This is very
good point. Yeah,
very exciting. It's good timing. Good timing. My number 4, we talked about a little bit last time because it was in Jimmy's list last time. So I'll go ahead and I'll talk about it a little bit more because maybe I had a couple other things to say. But this album was without a doubt my most anticipated album coming into this year, and it was not a disappointment at all. But I'll get into why it maybe didn't end up being my absolute favorite. But it's this debut album by Obsidious.
Oh, you got the vinyl.
Yeah, I got the vinyl. And if you'll recall, Obsidious consists of the 3 instrumentalists who were previously Stefan Kummer's sidemen in Obscura on the album Diluvium, which was absolutely my favorite record of, I guess it was 2018 when that came out. Obscura is absolutely my favorite new death metal band of the last 20 years. They completely reinvigorated my interest in death metal when Cosmogenesis came out back in the mid-aughts. And yeah, when Diluvium came out, it completely blew me away. And when all 3 of these dudes quit the band basically at the same time and were like, we're going to go form our own band, and yeah, we'll see what happens, I was kind of like, yeah, I'm excited to see what they do. And also that's kind of shocking. And what does that say about the way Stefan runs his project? But yeah, I love this album a lot. I'll go ahead and show it. It's like kind of a marbly orange vinyl.
Nice.
Yeah, it's great. My only qualm, I guess, is and I can see why they did this. They basically advanced like half of the album before the full length came out. They released all of these single tracks for like months ahead of when the album was going to come out. Like I think they released the first one like a year before the final album was actually released. So like by the time the record came out, I was like, man, I know all these songs, and it's gonna be weird to sort of like, after hearing them, you know, in isolation so many times, like hearing them in the context of a record. So that's some, and I feel like they probably just wanted to wait until they could put the vinyl out to like actually release the full length, which I also understand. It's a weird time. It's a really weird time. But it's a great record. Phenomenal musicianship. A lot of really cool production stuff. All these dudes self-record and are really adept at that. V. Santura, who's from Dark Fortress and plays in Triptychon, he ended up producing the record. It's really cool. If I had to describe the record, I would say it's like progressive extreme metal. There's a lot of tech death in there, but there's equally a lot of like straight up what we were talking about, like kind of Queensryche-esque progressive, like super catchy stuff, without the kind of like sappy sentimental Queensryche kind of stuff, like more straight up like earlier. Production stuff. There's like really creative production stuff in the vein of like a Periphery, that kind of more kind of progressive metal sort of stuff. They're phenomenal musicians. Their guitarist Rafael Trujillo is probably my favorite guitarist that's doing anything right now. I actually joined his Patreon for like 2 years during the pandemic when I was like trying to get my chops back up again, and super great player. Like very classy, like he can shred his way around everybody, but it's his restraint that I like the most. Like a really disciplined player. He and the drummer Sebastian Lancer, they're both Austrian, and they both play in jazz groups as well, like, and not just moonlighting, like they gig. The bass player Linus Klausenitzer, I think, is a big songwriting force in the group, and the singer that they got, Javi Pereira, is, like I said last time, like probably the most versatile metal vocalist I have ever heard. Like he does everything as well as anybody else does any of those things. Like his high belting stuff is like, it's as good as anyone you're going to hear do any of that stuff. Like it surpasses a Dickinson or whatever in technical prowess. Like his death growls are super brutal and super disciplined. He's got this like pitch scream sort of thing that's crazy. And the songs are really great. I just love the record. Super great musicianship.
Yeah, Sebastian Lancer is like one of the most fluid drummers today.
Yep. Don't even look at his notation, because it's like, holy crap, you're actually thinking of this stuff when you're playing. It's insane. Like 5/7, like on all this. Just like what is going on? And like I can't imagine playing along with a lot of that, because they play along with his fills in the same sort of polyrhythmic sort of stuff that he does. Like, and it doesn't make the record sound like a total wank fest. Like it's all very like listenable.
He does some of those double kick things, like where his left foot is, doing exactly what the right foot can do. Like, he just goes back and forth like nothing. Tech Death Bon Jovi.
I forgot about that.
Great record, man. Yeah, I can't wait to see what they do next.
Yeah, me too. I hope they're able to kind of do the next one in a more sort of traditional fashion in terms of how they get it out. Because that was my only complaint. Just it seemed like by the time the record came out, I was kind of like, I already kind of know it, but the cat's out of the bag, you know. But I've still listened to it a ton since I got the vinyl.
Cool. All right, Ryan.
Cool. I just want to say that Outlook notification gave me work anxiety.
I thought I was getting called, so
yeah, I figured. I was just like, for a second, I was like, "Is my email open?"
Yeah. Luckily, it wasn't anything. So
Cool. So my number 4 is one I talked about on our stream earlier this year. I'm just going to go ahead and post it in the chat because I don't want you to have to figure out what I'm saying here. This is Griftagain with Verhunder Douther. This is a Chilean raw black metal band. Heavily influenced by Icelandic black metal. Very similar atmosphere. It's that weird kind of amalgamation of like dissonance, but like beauty almost. Like there's definitely, I don't know. I feel like the Icelandic scene is one that really draws on. It's like landscape. Like even bands who aren't singing about nature, they still, I feel like, are just influenced by like the way that island looks. And this band is so reminiscent of Icelandic bands that I was certain it was an Icelandic project until I checked. He's from Chile, which is also a place of great natural beauty. But the music isn't really, it's like a snowy forest, I'm pretty sure, on the cover, but it's not really like a nature inspired project. It feels very sinister, evil. I always check lyrical themes on Encyclopedia Metallum just because I find that very interesting. There's nothing listed for this project, so I'm not really sure what he's singing about, but it's just very ominous music and extremely raw. Like this is the rawest release on my list by far. But it's just got such an incredible atmosphere, and it's a nice mix of like dark ambient and raw black metal. And the other thing is the record's like 35 minutes long, so it doesn't outstay its welcome. I mean this one just, every so often I find a record that feels like what I imagine it would have felt like to discover a new band in the early 90s by way of like tape trading or just like listening to a compilation or something. This one really just taps into that authentic mystique that those second wave bands had, that so many people are trying to replicate and so few can successfully replicate. But I feel like this band does it very, very well. This is a beautiful record. It's harsh. It's hard to maybe get past the production to see the beauty in it, but this one really blew me away. I was very, very happy to come across it.
Nice.
I wish I had more time for raw black metal.
I typically don't.
There's a lot of great stuff out there. It's just, I don't know.
I totally understand. And generally speaking, raw black metal actually does not do much for me. I don't like dismiss it out of hand, but by and large, I just don't find most of those bands to be worth my time. I do think Lamp of Murmur is very good.
Yeah.
And a couple of the bigger names in the raw black metal I think have like actually earned the success that they're getting, and it's not just like Instagram hype. But this band does not have any hype that I can discern. I don't really know. I didn't really see anyone talking about this record, but it's on Spotify, so it's not hard to find, and I really, really recommend everyone check it out because it's really unique. Honestly, it's just got a very special sound.
I always wonder, how do you construct a logo like that? It's just like unreal.
Yeah, I honestly don't know. Like half the time I'm convinced it doesn't actually say what it purports to say.
But even just like, I don't know, like, do you draw that out, or do you have like a, computer way to generate that? I don't know. It's just,
I'm sure it's drawn, but like
there's a whole ton of guys out there that do those kind of logos for commission.
Oh yeah. I know many of them. I've talked to many of them.
Pretty amazing.
Yep, exactly.
So would this be like kind of more in the like the Black Salice kind of?
Yeah, it's actually not quite that raw, but yes, definitely in that camp.
That stuff's
It's
raw.
well below the standards of like modern metal production. It's real murky, like zero mastering. Just here's my music, which I appreciate as someone who also makes music like that.
All right, down to number 3. This one's pretty easy for me. The new Devin Townsend, Lightwork. Longtime Devin Townsend fan for many, many years, even though he's been kind of hit or miss for me. since like the Devin Townsend project kind of stuff that he was doing. But I don't know, man. This is just like light, uplifting music. It's pretty much the exact record that I would have liked to have heard from him. If you're into Devi, if you're into like his like older like solo records like Ocean Machine, Devin Townsend, the Accelerated Evolution, Syncastra. I love Devi, man. He's one of my favorite artists ever, and I love all the strapping stuff leading into many, many amazing solo records. I mean, he's been very prolific. Last couple records wasn't really crazy about. Empath was pretty cool, but it was like he went crazy on that one and just completely over the top. And now he kind of just like stripped it down into this light kind of. This is not metal at all. I mean, it's got like a companion CD called Nightwork, which like oftentimes like when he puts out a record these days, like he's always got like a bonus CD full of music. And oftentimes the bonus CD is really not all that great for me. But I think the Nightwork has some good stuff. There's actually, some blasting metal stuff on Nightwork. But this one, it's all about light work. The first, the proper record. And yeah, I mean, not a whole lot to say. If you're into Devin Townsend, you're either into him or not. For me, this is exactly the kind of what I like to hear from him. Just good, light, but like a lot of layering as he always does, but just sounds really good, and it's like kind of a good option to like a lot more like darker metal stuff that I listen to. It's just good uplifting light listen, and for these sort of times that we're in, I feel like he just has a lot of nice things to say about humanity and just life in general. And good, feel good Devin Townsend record. Great. I love it.
I have to feel like if Devin Townsend is feeling good about humanity, then I think we can all kind of like chill out and like trust that, because that guy has an iffy track record as far as mental health is concerned. So if he's doing okay, I think we can probably all do okay.
And I wouldn't go as far as to say as like he's like got. It's more like he's like kind of like purging his whole dealing with reality, as he often does, right? But I mean, like with something like this that's so like kind of more positive, I got to feel like he's in a pretty good headspace.
Yeah,
because I agree with you. Yeah, he's always had major mental issues, and he is a complete fucking head case and a hilarious ham, But I don't know, man. I love this guy, man. He's like always, and lately, like I've heard him talking on interviews, and sometimes he just gets way too like, all right, dude, chill out. You need to just stop thinking about this stuff. So, but I almost kind of feel like he did that with this record. He just kind of just let it go, and just I don't know, man. It's just feel good stuff, man. I like it a lot. It's not metal. It's just good Devi, a little Devi love, and yeah.
I appreciate that whether he's doing like batshit crazy, like the strapping stuff, or like the more mellow solo stuff that he's done, it's his character is always there. Like you always sense him very much in all of that music. Decibel did a Hall of Fame entry on City a couple months ago, and it was really fun to read about that and read about how he and Hoagland met originally, and like how that whole project got started is very cool. I haven't listened to this new solo record of his, but I'll definitely check it out.
I mean, for like anybody that's not into, or never really heard him, it's probably a good place to start to see where he's at, like kind of just in solo work. But I mean, yeah, his metal stuff, City, that's the most bonkers fucking metal album ever, but I don't know, man. I've always found Devin Townsend to be very, very authentic and very like, just humble in his music, in what he's putting out musically. And to me, that speaks a lot, so.
For sure.
Mm-hmm. All right, Tyler.
All right, man. So down the top three. So something interesting, a common thread between my top 3 albums is these were all 3 of these were released at the very beginning of the year, between January and February. And they held that kind of staying power throughout the year. So for my number 3 album, and actually, if you guys recall one of my hiking videos, my Lane Glacier hiking video, I actually featured 2 of this guy's songs on that video, and that's Fern, but the Frostvorts album, or Frostword. And this is just, I don't know, man. I'm a sucker for this kind of like super catchy, headbanging type of pagan metal music. He lists himself as pagan black metal. The black metal edge doesn't come to the forefront as often. Well, maybe that's not fair to say. It's there, but it's not like they're like the Marasmiely album in that regards. But anyway, a little background on this guy, Horta. He his kind of main gig is actually like a medieval folk project called Voltrain, something that he does with his wife, and it's not really like neo folk as much as more like kind of medieval sing-songy type of folk music. Just a lot of drums, flutes. He plays just a shit ton of different instruments. And actually, the opening notes on the very first song on this album, on the title song, he displays his flute talent, which is, you're like, okay, that gets my attention. But one band I think would be a good comparison to this, if you guys are familiar with them at all, is another German band called Finsterforst, and specifically their first 2 albums. So Finsterforst is kind of in the same vein as like a Moon Sorrow or something like to that degree, where it's just big, bombastic, epic type of compositions with a lot of different elements and a lot of different styles of instrumentation. But Finsterforst is definitely what it reminds me of, like really big, chunky riffs. They go right into like just raging, melodic, second wave, black metal type stuff. And then his clean vocals are obviously fantastic because that's his main bread and butter in Voltrain. It's just, I don't know, it's just great music, and it's a pretty long album, and it's a little over an hour long for, see, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 7 tracks, and it clocks in an hour. So there's no interludes, there's no short tracks. It's all just big, epic compositions, and I don't know, it's fist pumping music, and it's great outdoor music. Like, it fit really well in my video, and I have listened to this. I just play it on my phone while I'm out hiking certain trails, and it just fits. Like, it's music meant to be listened to in nature, but not to get absorbed in nature, just to like feel excited about being out in nature, I guess. But he's working on a follow-up album already that's supposed to be coming out this year, so we'll probably be seeing this name again this time next year. But
that sounds great. I need to listen to that.
No, but the problem is for whatever reason, so there's nothing sketch about this guy, like, at all, but he's tried 2 or 3 times to keep his Bandcamp page going for this project, and it's gotten shit canned like 3 or 4 different times now. So it's not on Bandcamp at all anymore, at least not publicly. So the only way to check it out was the Schadenfreude is the record label that this came out on. You might be able to find a copy of that there. Digitally, I found it because I had to download a copy to put tracks onto my video. I did that through Amazon Music. They actually had it. So it's a little hard to find now because of that.
It's on Spotify.
It is on Spotify? Oh, yeah, that's right. It's on pretty much every platform except Bandcamp. And for whatever reason,
doesn't make any sense. Yeah,
he keeps getting shit canned off of Bandcamp. And like I said, you go to the Voltrain page and there's nothing fast about it. Like that's not what he's about, but there's like there's runes and, you know, pagan symbolism and stuff that's usually, you know, red flag for, you know, it draws people attention, but the Voltrain site's still going strong and he's got like 1 million releases on there, but the Fern page just keeps getting shit canned for whatever reason. So yeah, Spotify, Amazon Music, that's probably the best way to find it, because I don't know how many of those CDs were actually pressed. But you know, that's kind of my MO. I find like that super limited shit. But no, this is super enjoyable. I like it a lot, and I really liked using that in that one video of mine. It just fit the scene.
Yeah, I can't really remember the song from that video, but yeah, everything you're saying is speaking to me.
Well, it was the one that I started off with, like the IG tracks, and then I went into this guy's tracks for the latter part of that video.
Okay.
So, nope, good stuff. Highly recommend. Of course.
Sweet.
Yeah, he really committed to the aesthetic in that picture.
Well, that's pretty much how he dresses for the Voltrain stuff. So it wasn't much of a shift.
Okay. Number 3. We're going with another folk album here. I think it's pronounced Bissus, titled In Foras.
How do you spell it?
Byssus. And the album is In Foras, 2 words. In and then Foras. It's a Santa Cruz 2-piece. It's two women. It's like a folk, you know, a bunch of different folk genres you can put onto this. You know, there's some Celtic folk influence on this, some chamber folk, forest folk, you know, a lot. It's very nature worshiping folk here. So forest folk, and it's all kind of has like an Americana, you know, tinge to it. So because there's some banjo in it, there's some accordion in it, which, you know, are not instruments I really am into, but they're done in a very tasteful way. They're not, you know, overpowering in the songs. They just kind of carry the melody. But I guess there's like so many instruments going on sometimes, like, you know, it's not just one of those. But yeah, so there's a lot of instruments going on here. It's their second album. They have a lot of they have a few guest musicians on this. Notably is Michael Korchinoff of Alda and Novum 3.
Oh wow!
So he guest musicians on this. He plays his bodhran, drum, and some other instruments on it, and he does some backup vocals too. This is just this album just blew me away. It came out only a few months ago, and just, you know, shot up my top 10 list really fast. It's kind of the album I was waiting for. I was looking for this year in the folk sense. It's very similar. I wouldn't say it's very similar, but it's kind of in the same vein as my. God, what was one of my top albums last year was Novum 3's album, and this is, you know, it's quite similar. The nature worship, the forest folk. This one just has more of that Americana feel to it, but not much, just a little bit. But yeah, it's a long album. It's only like 7 songs, but it's like an hour or more. The songs are just very, they just kind of crawl along, and they're, you know, again, like in the best black metal sense, just trance-inducing songs that they just build and build and build. And then the endings are just this great, not like a crescendo, I guess, but the endings, just everything comes together and it's just very powerful and melodic and harmonious. And it's just very, just beautiful nature worship music with some great musicianship, some great vocals. The first track, I just love that. I don't know who the guy singing on that, his voice. Yeah, I just love his voice. Just has a great tone to it. Yeah, they're just all kind of like epic, epic, not in the sense of loud and like in your face, just like I was saying, they're long songs. They're just kind of long, epic songs. Like you're just on a trail going through the forest and you're on a journey, and not so much as you reach like a peak, but more you just reach like your destination, and it just builds to that every song. Yeah, this is my favorite type of folk music right here. It's just an awesome album.
I love that album art.
Yeah, it's
that woodblock printing.
Just the black and white there. Yeah,
it's awesome. Cool. I'm excited to check this out.
Yeah.
I saw you posting it, but other than that, I didn't come across it at all.
Yeah. So if you like Novum 3,
yeah,
fucking amazing. Yeah. So it's kind of, if you like them, you'll probably like this. Yeah.
Awesome. You're muted.
I'm going to get this right this time. Than.
Well, can I actually request to just
now we're all in weird order.
I figured that was coming. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool, man. We could do that.
Appreciate it. My third was Vital Spirit, so I already talked about that one. My second favorite record this year was the new Aura record, Triada to Himera. This is, as the name would suggest, the second part of a 3-album cycle that they're doing. Aura is, I should have started with this. Aura is a Swiss trio, I guess. I think it's 2 people writing the music, and then they have like a session drummer, but it's all anonymous. And they lean very heavily into literature as far as their lyrical content goes. Musically, though, this is just like some of the prettiest black metal I've honestly ever heard in my entire life. It's very, very fast-paced music. There's definitely some, I guess, heavier, kind of more hectic moments, but there's just a lot of like transcendent beauty that I get when I listen to this record. As I said, like the lyrical content, the album covers and stuff kind of lean into the like Renaissance era Europe. And after having visited Switzerland, it's kind of informs the way I listen to this band now. It gives me a new appreciation for what they're doing with their music and kind of the sound that they've cultivated, because it's very bright. It's not the murky dark black metal that I usually really like. The production's very good, and the musicianship is very, very good. I mean, they are high caliber musicians. The riffs are incredible, but particularly the drummer, whoever they have drumming in this project, is just a fantastic drummer. He is so good. He has a really good sense of when to be flashy and then when to like pare it back and just match the guitars. The vocals are incredibly high pitched. It's just the highest possible shriek. I'm pretty sure the vocalist is female. I'm not actually sure where I learned this, but I'm pretty sure she's female, because earlier reviews of this band, I was like, I can't believe the vocalist is a man because of how high pitched the vocals are. And I'm actually not sure that that's the case anymore, but they've cultivated a incredible image for themselves, as this picture demonstrates. And I saw these masks actually when I was in like northern Italy and Switzerland with my wife earlier this year. I saw masks in this style just like hanging in like gift shops and stuff, but it immediately made me think of Aura because I love this band, and they have this as part of their imagery. So I mean, not much else I can say about this, because the music really needs to be heard. Like there aren't many obvious comparisons to make. but it's very bright, it's very fast paced. It's aggressive, but it's just very, very pretty. It's almost got like I've said this before, but it's got like a neoclassical bent to it, just in the way that they use counterpoint and just the way they structure the songs in general. Like it's very non-traditional as far as heavy metal goes. Also, this band has released an album a year for the past like 4 years, so I'm almost positive they'll be releasing a full length this year, which I'm very, very excited to hear.
And that's part 3 coming out, I think.
Yeah,
right?
part 3 is coming up. Oh, and they did just release that 2-song EP earlier this year too, which is actually stylistically a little different. I think they just write a lot of music, but the EP is very, very good too. That's one of my favorite EPs of the year, but I like the full length a little more. I like the style that they're doing on the full length a little more. It's just a lot more highbrow, bombastic, just really, really great music. And finally, my favorite album of the year. And as much as I agonized over my rankings this year, this one really kind of just rose to the forefront and made itself known as the obvious choice. It is the new Watain record, The Agony and Ecstasy of Watain. Bit of a
I would have never guessed it. Holy
I
shit.
know.
I thought this was going to be in your list, but I didn't think it was going to be the first one.
Oh, I know. I didn't either. I really didn't. But as I've said many, many times, I put a lot of stock into how often I listen to a record, because I think regardless of how I feel about a record, there's like an objective fact. Like there's something to be said for the fact that I just kept coming back to this record. Every single song on this record is perfect. Every single song has this incredible climax that makes you really want to keep coming back to the record. You know, even if like one single on the record grabbed your interest, you'll come back and then have a new favorite song the next time you listen. And obviously Watain is a band they've been around since the late 90s, I think. So they've had a lot of time to hone and perfect their craft. And I'm happy that this record is kind of a return to form for them. I didn't love I liked Trident Wolf Eclipse, which is their last record. I didn't love The Wild Hunt, which was the one right before. They went for a more, I don't know, heavy metal vibe on that record with like, they even have like a ballad on it. And it wasn't really for me. That's not why I got into Watain. The reason this record was so great to me is because Watain was hugely, hugely influential in my journey into black metal. And to see them kind of, you know, return to form, like I said, and release this record that's just got all the fury and majesty of what I've come to expect from Watain was just really, really gratifying. The 7th or 8th track on this record, I don't actually remember which, sorry, I'm looking it up. It doesn't really matter, was influenced by Blood Meridian. That's what I was referencing earlier. We Remain. The lyrics and the music video were influenced by Blood Meridian, so that's why it was really cool, and sort of you know, there's that weird synchronicity there with Vital Spirit also drawing on that for you know, for inspiration. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say about this record. It's just, I think the authenticity and the success of Watain speaks for itself. I think, you know, it's easy to say Watain sold out, or Watain is just like, I guess just getting some sort of undeserved success just by virtue of having a cool aesthetic that people like or something. But I think this band speaks for itself, and their widespread success is because they're so authentically themselves. I mean, it's just it's a pure representation of black metal. It's a pure representation of the art that they want to create. And yeah, I just have a huge amount of admiration for this band. I mean, this is a top 5 band for me, even though they have records I don't particularly love. I will never not appreciate this band. And this record was, yeah, a huge sigh of relief, frankly, to see them finally circle back and come back to the style that I really fell in love with on like Sworn to the Dark and Lawless Darkness, and even Cassus Luciferi a bit earlier. So yeah, love this band, love this record.
I'm
glad I took you by surprise. That's fun.
No, that's very surprising. I had no idea you were gonna pick that for the first. I mean, and I didn't know the Blood Meridian reference as well. You know, it's interesting because I always thought this band was kind of more about the image than the music, but I had never really, you know, delved into the music. But you turned me on to this record. It didn't quite go up there with all the other ones I like, but I really do like this record. It is very good. Anybody that's not or have, you know, been kind of hesitant about Watain, this is very, very good stuff.
Yeah,
Well written. I mean,
yeah. It's really varied too. It's not just fast-paced Swedish black metal the whole time. I think they have just a lot of variety in their repertoire. And there's something else I was going to say, but I don't remember now. But yeah, I adore this record. Oh, like you said, you know, you thought they were about the image. I think a lot of people have that impression of the band because, I mean, I don't think you can reach this level of success as a metal band without garnering your little pocket of people who just hate you on principle. That's fine. I really genuinely have no qualms with people who dislike Watain like for their music or just because they are such a popular black metal band and maybe they're like, you know, cheapening the art form or whatever the contention might be. I don't personally see it that way, but I understand why people don't like it. I don't care. Like I have no issue. You know, I think they're one of the biggest black metal bands in the world for a reason, and it's because they're really fucking good at what they do.
yeah, that opening riff, I think it's the third track, Sir Mosa. Oh my god.
Oh,
Great
dude, yeah.
riff. Such a good riff.
So good. It really is.
Yeah, a lot more variation than I was expecting, you know, from this band. I don't know why I expected like this like blast fest or something with not a lot of, you know, I was kind of expecting like a meat and potatoes kind of just, but no, it's, you know, it definitely made me want to go back to like some of their earlier records, which I intend to do. I haven't done so quite yet just because there's, you know,
So
getting
much,
to
yeah.
the end of
So
the year.
much
Now
more.
we can like go back, you know, beginning of the year and not have to worry about year-end lists. But
Yeah.
right on, brother.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, this was fun, guys. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna tune in for everybody's final picks here. I'm really excited. I've got my playlist at about 7 hours now of new albums. So I'm sure that'll just grow.
Yeah,
Almost a full work day.
Yep, exactly.
All right, everybody, go check out Avi Moore's links in the channel. The description. And for sure, brother, always good to have you.
Likewise. This was a lot of fun, guys.
Take it easy.
All right. Peace.
Yeah, later, Ryan.
Later.
All right. I think we're down to 2, right? At this point.
I think Stan still needs to get his number 3.
Jesus Christ. I am so bad at keeping order here. I'm sorry, brother.
It's great. It's a lot of bald dudes to keep up with. It's fine.
And I'm trying to get the video looking good and all this stuff. So I'm just like completely, what am I doing?
Doing great, man.
Here we go, bro.
Thanks for putting this all together. I'll preface my number 3 by saying that one of my big goals this year was to try to listen to more new music by more bands that are new to me, or even better, bands that were new, period. Because for years and years and years, I wasn't particularly good at doing that. Like I had kind of my bands that I was into, and I would occasionally like add a new one or whatever, but I tried to really dig deep into that. And this is yet another result of this and another first album by a new band. So my number 3, sorry, I wasn't ready for this, is another death metal album by a band called Molder.
Oh, Molder.
From Illinois, from outside of Chicago. Engrossed in Decay. It's very much not so much the style of death metal that I have been attracted to. You know, I've always been more kind of in the kind of later death vein, like the more progressive death metal, that kind of thing. And this is very much more in the stripped down kind of autopsy, sort of very, very gory, like really great song titles, like Huff the Stench and Cask of Maggots.
Yes.
And this is a really good one. Disinhumed Carcass Revived, because apparently the word exhumed has been used too much and we need to make up a more circuitous word for that. But yeah, these guys are fucking awesome. Like, this is an album, like it's really like, you know, it's pretty lo-fi production, but it's still clear. Like, it's still really clear production. But it's definitely not, it doesn't have any like modern sort of glitz or polish to it. Again, really concise songs, really fantastic riffs, like really good, and a lot of like it's old school death metal, but it's not the like, I don't know. There's a lot of like super murky, cavernous death metal, and like, I love incantation, but I don't need a million incantations in my life. I like a lot of rhythmic excitement in my music, a lot of rhythmic variation, and these guys really do that a lot on this album. Like, really cool riffs, drums doing really cool things to sort of complement what's happening with guitars. The vocals they're really over the top, in a like kind of John Tardy obituary / like Nikki Anderson's vocals on Clandestine, like
Martin Van
like
Buren.
crazy over the top death metal vocals. I really dig it. It's a super fun record. There are really good like samples in between some of the songs that are just completely ridiculous. Like, it's just a super fun record. And crazy, it's another record on Prosthetic that is in my list. That's like 3 of the top 20, and it's like, I've never really listened to things on this label before. Also, like, definitely my favorite vinyl of the year. Like, it's this like clear,
Nice.
like, crystal clear with like crazy sort of like, I don't know, like toxic vomit splatter. I don't know. It has some sort of colorful name to it. I can't remember. But yeah, these dudes are killer. I'm really excited to see them live. They were actually on that Exhumed tour for like up until a couple of days before I saw it, and then they jumped off and Castrator jumped on. So like, man, if they had only both been on that tour, that would have been really crazy. But yeah, I've listened to this album so many times. Like, it's just like I think the first track on this, Glutinous Remains, like, was maybe my most listened to track through Spotify this year. Like, what in the world? But yeah, I mean, it's like, it's fun shit. It's great. I love this band. And I owe giving this a listen to my buddy James. I know him as Wintlesque on the gram. My buddy in DC, he was like, you probably need to check this out, and I did, and I'm glad I did, because it's better than the new Autopsy once again.
I ended up getting the tape for this.
Yeah, it's a good album for tape, and that cover works really good for it too. Killer.
I heard a lot of like Pestilence, old school Pestilence in this too.
Oh yeah. And you get that from the cover too. Very much the first Pestilence record.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty new to this fan. I just got this like literally, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, so I didn't get a chance to like factor it into my list, but it probably would go in there because, like, you know, in terms of like, you know, the OSDM kind of stuff, this definitely ranked up pretty high so far of what I've heard.
It's so catchy. It is so catchy. Like, it's just, I mean, I don't like, maybe there are guitar solos. Like, I don't even, like, if there are, it's like dive bomby sort of stuff. Like, it's really good songcraft, super fun.
Maybe this will be my death metal record I check out then.
The one.
Mulder.
One of the better,
Mulder.
one of the best of the year.
Files or
Up
what?
the stench, man. Jump on board. Up the stench.
All right, so down to 2 now, right?
Yep.
Everybody's through? Yeah. Okay. Cool. So, man, this was a pretty easy pick for me. Well, actually, already did my number one. So, but this would be number three for me. But anyway, number two is new Voivod. This song fucking blew my mind this year. And, I think when it comes to Voivod, I mean, like they've kind of been on a very upward trajectory since Daniel Mongrain joined the band. And I think, let me get rid of this. So Daniel Mongrain, the guitar player, I think, if it wasn't for him, I don't think these guys would, I don't know, maybe they'd have found somebody else, but really just found the spirit, the future sound of where the band could go by reaching back to the beginning in a lot of ways. And I've always been a fan of Daniel Mongrain, the guitar player, who's known as Chewy now as the guitarist. And, going back to like the early days when he had a band called Martyr, Canadian tech death band, fantastic band that was always kind of under the radar, but had a special, unique kind of sound. There was always like in the early, like the late 90s, early 2000s, there was that whole, that Canadian hyperspeed tech, kind of stuff coming out, like, starting with Cataclysm, and there was Cryptopsy and, all these bands.
Northern
Hyperblast. Yeah, that's it. Northern Hyperblast. Yeah. All the, there's a bunch of really good bands that, kind of were around that period and kind of disappeared. Neuraxis, stuff like that. But there was Martyr, and Martyr still, I would highly recommend check those two albums out. It was Warp Zone and Feeding the Abscess. And so Daniel Mongrain was the guitar player, singer of that band, and also the drummer of that band is a fantastic drummer who's now playing for Gorguts, Patrice Hamlin. I think he's playing for Gorguts and Cephalic Carnage now.
Holy shit.
And so, unfortunately, Martyr has been put to rest, I think. Martyr, it was Daniel Mongrain, and the bass player was his brother. And because he got the big opportunity to go to Voivod. And just the perfect guy to do it. I mean, because he always had this sort of kind of weird sense of playing that, he was obviously a fan, in the Voivod school of Piggy, style guitar playing. And so joins the band. They do 2 records. I don't really know Planet Earth, or what was that first one he did. But the last one, The Wake, was really great. But this one just takes it to another level. I mean, everything about it, down to the production, down to Snake sounds better than he ever has on vocals. It's just like post-punk, tech, death, metal, whatever. Just done really well. If you want to call it catchy, but it's so weird, I don't know. It's probably, for me, like I'm not like the biggest Voivod fan in terms of like I like a lot of their old stuff, but some stuff is kind of hit or miss for me because some of that shit is so weird. But I would go as far as to say this is the best thing I've ever heard Voivod's done. So fantastic record. Can't wait to see them on tour. Hopefully the old dogs are doing it well and doing it better than anybody does it. So great shit, man.
I would be happy to piggyback onto this because this is also my number 2 record of the year. Believe it or not. Jimmy, you may be surprised that it's not my number 1 record of the year because
I thought it might be number 1, but
I talked about it being hard to surpass. But yeah, I also have it right here. Did you get the green vinyl?
No, I messed up and got the CD first because I don't know, for whatever reason. So I picked up my copy, this one recently. It's just black vinyl, but it's fine and it sounds wonderful. Sure this is the kind of record you have to have on vinyl because it sounds so goddamn good. I mean,
great
production is so stellar. Just the bass playing, the bass. I mean, everything gels so that way sounds great. The artwork. I mean, just everything came together for this one.
Well, this is the first record. No, I guess Rocky played on the last album too. But this bass player, like he's
more prominent on this one. I mean,
they're really leaning into. I mean, because Voivod from the very beginning, their number 1 influence was always Motorhead, and that's always kind of come through. But I feel like that really comes through on this record, where like the bass is like really like kind of holding down the riffs. It's like slightly that like blower bass, like slightly distorted bass sound, playing a lot of power chords, playing up high in the way that Lemmy would play. And then the guitar is playing more like chordal stuff up high. You know, it's a really unusual way to sort of structure metal. Like it's not the norm, especially as far as like thrash or death metal is concerned. And it really, really lends itself well to, I mean, when you've got good players and you've got good composition, to sounding good on a record, because, you know, you're not having one instrument taking up almost all of the spectrum and like leaving nothing for the bass. Like you're giving the bass a lot of room to do its thing, and he's playing up high, he's playing chords, he's doing that kind of thing. And so much of the sound of the record is because of that. Like the production's good, the production's clean. It's pretty dry. There's not a lot of extra reverb or anything, but mainly it's just because of the composition. And I love that. Like I'm a huge Iron Maiden person too, and like bass is such a big part of that group's sound. I love hearing more and more of that on a Voivod record, especially when you've got a guy like Chewy, kind of, I have to think is probably leading the charge a lot of the way compositionally. But Away is still drumming just like as well as he ever has. The vocal harmonies and stuff are really creative on this record, and that's not an easy thing to do with Voivod, because so much of their stuff is like really diminished scales, like really difficult stuff to construct vocals around, especially when you're talking about like harmonized vocals. And I saw them play at Decibel Metal and Beer. They didn't headline. They were the next to the top right before Candlemass played Epicus with Johan on vocals, and that was like absolutely crazy.
Oh God.
Yeah, insane. Like it was so good. But Voivod, like it was an embarrassment of riches, because their live act right now, Voivod's, is insanely good, because what Rocky and Chewy, they're both doing like backup vocals, like melodic backup vocals, and they're fucking nailing it. Like, and not easy stuff to find, like pitch wise and stuff. Like, I was thinking, like, as somebody who does that, like I sing in vocal ensembles for my job, you know, it's like, wow, this is not easy stuff to do, and they're killing it in front of a bunch of drunken idiots in Philly, you know. It's like whatever. Yeah, that impressed me so much, and then made me listen to this album in a whole different way. And it's great. I agree totally that it is maybe the best thing the Voivod's ever done. And I mean, I like them all the way back to the very beginning. I certainly didn't like them from the beginning, but because I was not of age. But yeah, they're a dream band for me. Like the sci-fi stuff, the just weird sense of humor, the just like quirky whatever. It's a perfect band, and they're really carrying the flag, carrying the torch.
Yeah, I would say anybody like, you know, it's not, you know, hadn't heard this, go listen to the Planet Eaters. That song. That song is probably the best song on here, and it's just, God, it's so insane and funny.
The title track's really good too.
Oh yeah, there's so many good songs.
I'll start there.
Yeah, the Planet Eaters, you know, but like even just like Mongrain, like he can make the lead guitar sound like, you know, when he starts soloing, you can't even tell whether he's soloing or he's just playing the tune. You know, that's what's so seamless and flawless about what he does for the band. And, you know, like you were talking about the bass playing, and it just, man, it's so good. Yeah. Could spend a whole episode talking about this record, you know, but yeah. From the Voivod. So that's it. Yeah. All right, Tyler.
All right. So final two. This is one of two albums that Russ touched on last episode, and the self-titled Nocturnal Triumph album. And man, this album is fucking savage. It's only 4 tracks, but it clocks at well over 40 minutes. There's not a lot of slow atmosphere to this. It's an absolute blast and riff fest on every single track, and every track flows into one another. So it's just a 40-minute kind of a impressive beatdown, really, of second wave black metal savage riffing. A few ways I have described this album is, like if you took the guitar playing of, say, like in Nightside Eclipse, and you remove the synths and you added Infernus from old school Gorgoroth into the mix, and then made all those guys play like melodic Swedish black metal, and that's kind of where you're at with this. It's just, and Russ could back me up on this, on track 2, Beneath the Veins of God. Like, there's a riff that pops up that sounds like it came straight from Under the Sign of Hell, Gorgoroth. And it's catchy. It pulls you in. There's a lot of energy. There's a lot of urgency. It's just, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Like, this and my number 1 album have similar energy, but overall, even despite the most melodic moments on this album, like there's kind of a ominous, almost harrowing nature to the proceedings. But yeah, man, I mean, I called this one like the best ode to the second wave, the golden age of the second wave of the year. And like, I mean, there's no other way to describe it. I mean, it's just, everything's like, I know nothing about the band members because it's an anonymous project. I mean, for all I know, it's a single guy. I mean, who knows, right? But I mean, this came out like early in the year. It's like very beginning of January, and it still ended up as my number 2 album of the year. So, I mean, that should speak volumes in itself. It's one of those albums, like, if I didn't know what I wanted to listen to, I would just throw this on, and then I'd just be like, oh, fuck yeah, I made the right choice. It's just, yeah, this is reminded me of being a kid, really getting into this stuff and just loving being overwhelmed by riffs on top of riffs on top of riffs. And like I said, every track is epic length, but it doesn't feel like it. Like, this track flies by. Like, I'm always shocked when I'm on the last song of the album, and I'm just like, fuck, where'd the rest of where'd it go? Where'd the time go? But man, like I said, it's absolutely savage, and it's just raw enough that I would say that's not for everyone to delve into. But man, if you devote the time and you really let it really absorb this atmosphere, it's engaging. It's awesome. And like I said, it's just riffs. Like, if you need a shortened review on this, self-titled Nocturnal Triumph, riffs. Done.
No, that's a perfect review. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great album.
Like I said, I'm just shocked that, well, actually, I mean, all my top 3, like I said, this one came out in January. My other 2 came out like early to mid-February. So, okay. I mean, like, that speaks volumes, I think, that an album can have that kind of staying power throughout the course of the year, especially just the onslaught of releases that came out this year.
Yeah, it's just great, memorable, like melodic, fun, but like savage riffing. Yeah, it's easy to listen to.
Yeah. And like I said, it's fun, but it's like, if you were to see these guys playing it, it's probably not fun. Yeah. I don't know. like there's a very serious nature to it, but it's still fucking fun.
It's the best kind of fun. Fun that you're absolutely scared of. Just a little bit scared of.
It's that dangerous kind of fun.
Yeah, they have 3 releases. This is the newest one. There's not a whole lot of information about them either. They seem to be. I remember you guys were talking about this. Of course, Russ talked about it last time. I still haven't gotten around to this one. So, sure enough, I will. We have a laundry list of shit.
I know.
I'm telling you, man, devote some time because, like I said, every track flows into like each track flows into one another. So you kind of catch, you like, if you're not paying attention, you're gonna be like, oh, I'm on track 2 now, or I'm on track whatever now. And this is like, it's very sneaky how it happens. Nice.
There we
What's
go.
up, Dizzy? Thanks for joining.
Awesome.
Sweet. All right, Russ.
Okay, my number 2 is Grima, Frostbitten.
Dang.
It climbed up. It when I first listened to it, because Rotten Garden was my number 1 album last year, and this came out, like you were talking about, Jimmy, like wasn't really ready for it yet. And that happens, like when you love an album so much, you need time with like a new one, especially when it comes out like a year later. You need some time with it. So I listened to the first time I listened to it. Yeah, I was like, okay, it's good. It's a good album. I like it. But yeah, just every listen, it just got better and better and better. And I just, just fell in love with it just as much as Rotten Garden. It's just an awesome melodic, atmospheric black metal album. Maybe a little more diverse songwriting than Rotten Garden. There's even like some clean vocals on one of the songs for like not for the whole song, maybe like 30 seconds, but it's still, that's kind of new. So there's clean vocals, and then I think the 4th or 5th track with the accordion intro, and then just the riffing after that. I can't stop listening to that song. That song is just so great. Just the riff after the accordion. I can just like headbang to that just nonstop all day long. It's such a great riff. I mean, like they don't really reinvent themselves that much. They add, a few things from the last album, but it's pretty much, the same old Grima. And if you're not like bought into it by like the first song, like a minute in, when it goes into the blast beats and he just screams for like, I don't know, 20 seconds straight. If you're not into it by then, like, I don't know what's wrong. That part is so epic, and just how long he screams, you're just like fist in the air, like, yes, let's go, because it's the first song. Just an awesome album, man. Just melodic, some awesome memorable parts. Number 2 album.
Yeah,
Nice.
their vocals have a very distinct kind of sound that almost kind of fits their owl masks. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but it just works.
Kind of screechy, like a screech owl. I don't know.
Like, they sound unique. I don't know.
Yeah. They have, I guess it varies. Like they have like that kind of high pitched more, and they have some growls, and the vocals are great though. Like they really great harsh vocals. Yeah, it's a big part of the music, I think.
Yeah, check those guys out, then you get a chance. Like I said, they're kind of like the Siberian wolves in the throne room.
Sweet.
Yeah.
And
Atmosphere wise, maybe a little more like melodic songs. Well, then I guess the last Wolves in the Throne Room was the shorter songs, kind of maybe similar to the last year's or Wolves in the Throne Room record.
Yeah, cool. Added incentive for the reminder of that character that you love to hate in Lord of the Rings, Grima Wormtongue.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I'll definitely check it out. It sounds awesome. Yeah, everybody's like top couple of picks. I'm definitely going to give some serious listens to, no doubt. Are we talking album of the year now? Is that what's happening?
I think so.
Holy shit.
Bum.
Okay, so when I said earlier that things flip-flopped, this was kind of a big one, but I think it was kind of inevitable. because of the way I came upon this album and the presence that it's had with me since that happened. And that is, we talked about this a little last week, and it's the new Wormrot Grindcore from Singapore, and it's a Grindcore album, but it is so much more than that. And got nifty purple vinyl,
Purple.
earache, paid out the nose to get it from the UK, but totally worth it because holy crap, I can't say enough about this album. And like I'd never really listened to this band, and their earlier albums don't. I mean, they're good. They're like really good, like over the top and super aggressive grindcore, which I love. But they're not this album because it's like it's got so much in it, and it's incredible. Like I find this album to be incredibly powerful, incredibly like I don't know. It does something to me in a couple of places on the record. It's like it's kind of a devastating album. And I don't know where these guys pulled this from, but it's I mean, a lot of the tunes, like I think they're like 20, 25, 21 tunes, 32 minutes. So it's a lot of 1 and 2 minute tunes. And most of those are like really, really super bombastic, brutal, fast, blast beat driven grindcore. You know, but it has this other character peppered in from like kind of Converge-esque, emotive metalcore. I'm a huge Converge fan. And so hearing a little of that kind of stuff in there, I mean, there are a couple places, the way each side of the record ends, and I think it's Voiceless Choir ends the first side if you're not listening to vinyl, and Glass Shards obviously ends the second side. The way each side ends is like really, really devastatingly powerful with melodic guitar on the first of those, and then on the second side of the album they start bringing in this violin, which when it first appears, it kind of comes across in the same way that John Zorn's sax playing does in Napalm Death's The Code is Red, which is an album I really love, but that's very like atonal, super like gnarly Ornette Coleman sort of sax playing, like really, really out there atonal free jazz sort of stuff. But then the violin is kind of doing a similar thing when it's first introduced, and it comes in again on a later song in the second half, and then on the last song comes into this super melodic sort of thing that's just like, I don't know, it's just devastating. It gets me. And there's I think most of the lyrical content on this album is very like socio-political sort of stuff, but it's you know, it's vague. It's done in a way that's doesn't come off as preachy in any way, shape, or form, and it's even hard to tell kind of what they're really going for, because it's kind of generalized things. But there's just so much on this album, and it's paced in a way that just like really, really works. The vocalist does a lot of different things. His kind of normal mode is a very kind of high pitched kind of grindcore scream, hardcore scream sort of thing. But he does all sorts of things. There's some kind of like gang vocal things that come in on a couple of the tracks that are really that's really effective. I just can't say enough about this album. It's just really finely crafted. I've never heard another grindcore album like this, and I like grindcore quite a bit. It's not my favorite subgenre, but I do listen to a decent amount, and this is it's something different.
The drumming is unreal.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, all of the normal boxes that you would expect to be ticked on a really good grindcore album are absolutely ticked, but then there's just this other level of just construction that's, I don't know, it's a fucking gut punch, man. Like something like every time I listen to this, I'm like just like right on the edge of losing it. I don't even really know, like it's not even like it's just it's all music. It's the music that's doing it. It's not like some meaning in it or whatever. Like I don't know. There's something about it that's just like I don't know. I was thinking about this earlier because I listened to it again. It's just like, I think it's for some reason, this album is a really good reflection of like my general state of mind over the last couple of years in a way, because it's this thing that's like really going from just like the most angry music you can possibly imagine. And then to this kind of bubbling sort of devastation and hopelessness that's also happening. It's like, it's really, and then there's these like moments of like this kind of like when these gang vocals come up in a couple of the songs, it's like, yeah, get yourself up, kind of go and do this. And then like, it just kind of all repeats itself. It's really something. I don't know. I could talk about this album forever, so I'm not going to anymore. But this record blew me away.
Yeah,
Sorry.
like I said, I was telling you, Ethan, even Sarah dug this record. She was like, I was like, really? You like this? She's like, what's grindcore? So I tried to explain to her, and I played her, a couple of Napalm Death records, which she kind of dug. And then I put Wormrot on, and she was like, wow, this is really cool. I was like, really? She can't stand like half the black metal music I put on, and so I was like, okay, well, that is obviously kind of a different, frequency for you. So
yeah. Well, it's this kind of constantly shape-shifting thing. I don't know, this record. It's like it doesn't stay still for very long. It doesn't give you a chance to kind of like get used to anything before the next thing happens. And because it's, it is the way it is. It's not just like more of the same every time it shifts. It's like something radically different. It's cool record.
I'm really bummed that the vocalist left the band.
Oh, I don't think I'd heard that.
Yeah, I think so. Because he was pretty a riff, I think. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm sure they'll find somebody good, but I don't know. He's just so versatile, and
yeah.
Good
the
stuff.
drumming on that was fucking bonkers to me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can't imagine playing drums like that, or being able to play drums like that.
Be able to play guitar along with someone playing drums like that from a guitarist standpoint, like, no, what?
Yeah,
the guitar stuff is like not bullshit. Like it's like,
oh, absolutely not. But just as a drummer, I'm just like listening. I'm just like, holy fucking shit, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy. I love it.
Good shit. All right, so number one. So I already said my number one was Nachachwan, which it surely was, but this record could easily be right next to it. And fuck, God, I love this record so much. Dream Unending with Song of Salvation.
Nice.
Beautiful pressing too. Really nice $20 spin. Put this out the way. I don't know. I mean, like I just like Grima, this band had an amazing record last year, and new band, the guy from Tomb Mold, death metal band, forms this project, which is like completely different than Tomb Mold, and I don't know. It's just like I feel like this music is like kind of meant for me. Like I love the debut so much. I was kind of like hesitant, and we were talking about like wasn't really quite ready for that new Grima. Like this dropped pretty quickly, and I was like, I'm not ready for it. Finally came around to it and listened to it a few times. On a way to a hiking trip, and it was almost so like intense and overbearing that I couldn't handle it. In terms of just like emotion, just like feeling to it. These guys are trying to do like sort of the old school like Death Doom, peaceful bands like Old Anathema, Paradise Lost, things like that. To me, this doesn't sound anything like any of that. I don't know. I mean, I'm not really a huge Paradise Lost fan. Like, I like some records. I mean, I'm a huge Anathema fan. But even like some of the old stuff, I hear some stuff in there. Maybe like My Dying Bride. I don't know. It just, to me, this sounds fresh and new. And the sort of record that just I want to hear in terms of like Death Doom. Because I'm not really like the biggest like funeral Death Doom kind of guy, but when you can be this melodic and experimental, I don't know. I don't even really know how to describe this. It's just, but it's absolutely beautiful, like one of the most beautiful, crushing albums. I mean, like I could think of a lot of Death Doom. Bands that I could say that's beautiful and crushing. This, it just like, it almost exists like on two different, realms. I don't know. It's just like, there's this absolutely beautiful music, but it's just guttural death vocals. And there's trumpet, there's female vocals. I don't know. It just all coalesces really nicely. Takes a few listens to get into, but I don't know. I can't really talk very good about how I feel about this. I don't know. It's just so emotive, so gut wrenchingly, just emotional. I don't know. But yeah, man, I love this so much, and it's really, really grew on me. The last few months, just like every now and then, again, like I'd put it on, and there were times where it was so overwhelming that I had to like go to something else, and I had to be ready for it. But beautiful sounds, beautiful tones, just so much going on in this that I don't know where this guy just came out of nowhere with this. I mean, like Tomb Mold's a great band. I mean, this guy, like, he does Tomb Mold, he does Outer Heaven. It's mostly a death metal guy, but just came out with this. I don't even want to call it progressive. I just want to call it like just complete dreamscape, amazingly beautiful Death Doom. I don't know. But, I mean, you look at the cover art and it's kind of, indicative of what you're going to get into. Because, I mean, you look at that and you're thinking, like, there's not going to be any death metal on that. It's not really death metal at all. But I don't know. I mean, I feel like an idiot trying to talk about this. But God, it's so goddamn good. To me, this is pushing genres forward and gets me excited about what's coming, next for, development of extreme metal in general. I mean, we've gone through so many phases of, just how far you can take it, like technically or speed wise or anything. I just think this breaks. It's like if Tears for Fears went Death Doom or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, absolutely amazing record. God damn, I love it so much. Yep.
Sweet. I've been meaning to check this out. I'm not really quite sure why I haven't listened to either one of the records yet. I'm not sure why I haven't, because I love Tomb Mold, and I know that it's not the same kind of thing at all. But like, I mean, I like what those guys did with death metal, and I like Funeral Doom. I like Death Doom.
It's an incredibly immersive experience, and like I like some, I like Evoken. I like, like we talked about Worm earlier and what they're kind of doing, and like early like disembowelment and shit like that. But this is like a whole nother thing. Like it's like Bjork on death metal or something. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it, but it's a whole new thing. And this one and the one before it is just as good. I don't know which one I like better. I might like this one better. I don't know. But, I mean, if you like music being swept away, this is the one. I don't know.
All right. I'll do it. I'll listen to it.
It's a done deal.
It sounds awesome.
I definitely know.
Hopefully I did some justice. I don't know. All right, Russ.
Okay. Number 1. This is an album that came out really early in the year, and I didn't listen to it until like last month or 2 months ago, and it's just been nonstop for me. It's last stream someone had it. Stan Garagel.
Yes.
Severe. I don't even know how to pronounce the fucking album name. Severe Svitsa. So Slovakian. I don't speak Slovakian. Yeah. So I mean, it's just it's hard to talk about it because it's nothing new. It's they're not reinventing the wheel here. It's just it just drags you in, and it's just the warm guitar tones, and it's just so easy to listen to. It's almost like it's like it's relaxing black metal, which doesn't make any sense, but that's the only way I can describe it, is just warm, relaxing black metal, atmospheric black metal. It's just a great listen. It's just like you're walking in the forest with this guy here on the cover, which is kind of what the vocals are like. The vocals are like just kind of thrown at you. They're not in any like rhythm or anything. He just kind of spews them out. I imagine just this creature he's the vocalist on the album, just kind of spewing out these words. Yeah, so there's really no rhythm to the vocals. I think Jimmy, you might have said you weren't a huge fan. I don't really mind them. They're fine for me.
I warmed up to them.
Okay, yeah. But they definitely catch you off guard because they're just kind of no rhythm to them. He's just like speaking them out to you, growling them out to you. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's the quote on their website is just a great sum of the album. It says it harkens back to an era of wanderers staring into the fog of time to reconnect with the dark undercurrents of folklore. A time when black metal evoked feelings of wistful longing and storming grandeur, rather than the vapid nihilism prevalent today. And it's just a great explanation of the album. Wistful, atmospheric black metal with acoustic guitar. Pretty much throughout every song, there's some acoustic guitar playing. There's some like synthesized, I don't know, real or synthesized horns every once in a while. With some random samples of, I'm guessing, some old Slovakian, I don't know, communist TV shows or movies. Yeah, it's this. Yeah, like I said, the only way I can describe it is just some relaxing, warm, like atmospheric black metal. And I've just listened to it a ton. It's super listenable. Just can't stop listening to it. And,
yeah, I love that one.
Yeah. So I guess I listened to it the most in the last 2 months, and that's why it's my number 1. Yeah.
No better reason.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Amazing record. Can't wait to get my vinyl. Probably not going to get it for like 2 or 3 months.
I ordered it after the last stream, and I think it's like March or something. They're shipping. So.
Oh damn! Did you guys? Is Hexen Cave the ones releasing the vinyl? The same label that the CD came out on?
Not sure. I did it through their Bandcamp. There's like 2 Bandcamp sites, and I don't remember which.
Yeah, because I think there's one for the band themselves, and then there's the one through the Hex and Cave Productions or whatever.
I think one was like $2 cheaper, so I think I went with that one. But I don't know which was which.
This is where I got it. I mean, they had the CD for a while. They don't even have it up here anymore. I mean, obviously it's sold out, but I don't think it says.
Yeah, that looks like where I got it too.
Yeah, you're getting it direct from the band, so that's super cool.
Yeah,
because I got my CD from the Hex and Cave, and actually the turnaround time. I mean, I'm often surprised when, I order a lot of shit from overseas. I mean, I don't want to wait for a U.S. distro sometimes, or sometimes they're just not going to come to a U.S. distro. But the turnaround time for those guys was actually relatively quick, from Slovakia to Alaska. Like, within a couple weeks, I got my stuff from them.
Nice.
Both times I've ordered from them. So.
Yeah, I think the email said it wasn't going to be sent out or expected date March or something. I'm like, dang.
Just in time for spring and summer.
Exactly. It's a great album for like summer wanderings in the forest, I think.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like you're freezing to death in a forest somewhere.
No,
like,
not at all. No.
You're enveloping yourself in nature, and then some big beast is bellowing way off in the distance somewhere.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Yep. So my number one should be no fucking surprise to anybody. I mean,
I figured.
Yep. So the Eldritch, I Shall Raise My Burning Sword. I listened to this album more than anything else this year, hands down. Like, I was blown away. Like, the first time I heard this, so I always check out that Wolf Ear Productions because the guy who runs that, I think it started off as a label for mostly like his projects. So I was like, man, a few of these bands kind of sound the same, and it kind of has the same looking band profile picture. And then that's what it was. But then he started expanding outwards and getting other bands like I don't think I talked about in the last stream. I think they're on my expanded list, but there's a band called Tyrant that was also released on that label that was like super, super good and from the UK. But anyway, this Eldritch band, what's funny about this, let me pull this up. So about this album in particular, so this is in the description that the guy himself has on Bandcamp. And it says, this project is an outlet for material otherwise unsuited for Miles' other bands and focuses more on being a homage to true black metal sound. So this started off as like throwaway riffs from other projects. And like, if I was a guitar player, I would wish that I had throwaway riffs as good as what he drops on this album, top to bottom. Sound wise, I call it like kind of a nice mix of like Finnish, French, Norwegian black metal. Like there's a little bit of all those elements thrown in there. It's got a similar kind of vibe and energy that the Nocturnal Triumph had, but while Nocturnal Triumph came off kind of very serious and ominous in its presentation, like I find this album fun. Like I think this dude had just a grand old time recording this album, and I don't know, it comes through on the recording. Like every time I listen to this, I have just a big shit-eating grin on my face for like the entire duration of the playtime. And I mean, like you look at the dude's like band photo. Like, I mean, he's looking all po-faced or whatever. Hey, you want to pull this up, Jimmy? I mean, he's looking all po-faced or whatever, but rocking the Bathory hoodie. Like, I mean, dude's like, yeah, I'm just a black metal fan. I'm writing black metal music, and I happen to be good at it. So this is one of 3 albums that he released this year, 2 under the Eldritch banner, and then he's got there's another band that was one and done called Bannerless, and it's like a more symphonic, melodic black metal, but it's still equally as good. I mean, dude's talented. Anyway, but this album here, and Russ and I talked about in the last stream, there's a very heavy underlying punk aesthetic to this, and not in the fact that it's like crusty and sloppy in his presentation, but just how he plays riffs, how he attacks his guitar, and especially the bass playing. Like the bass tone, the bass attack, and everything. It sounds like it should be on some fucking West Coast punk album from the 90s. I mean, I don't know how else to describe the sound, but it's like, it's bouncy, it's melodic, it's technical, it comes through. The second track on the album, the Netherstorm of Purple Velvet Chaos, it becomes a punk song in the middle of the track, like straight up. Not, kind of punk, punk and black metal. No, it's a fucking punk song with like black metal vocals, and it's absolutely friggin' glorious. Like I can't get enough of that middle section. And I know Russ knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what sold me on the album, was that second song.
I was like, well, the fact that they two-tier that thing, it starts out, I was like, oh, this is cool. And then there's the break, and then they launch back into an even more melodic version of that same section.
Yeah.
And then they go from that, and then the track 3, the Adorned in Crowns of Omniscient Frost, blah. It sounds like Falkenbach song. It sounds like old Falkenbach. And then it blasts off into like the high speed, like Finnish, French, Norse black metal stylings. And then track 5, On the Wings of a Raven. That song is so criminally short, it pisses me off because it has my favorite riff, my favorite black metal riff I've heard all year. And it only gets played a couple times, and then it segues to another riff altogether, and then the song's over. It's a 2-minute song. And I'm just like, fucking blue balls, dude. Like giving me blue balls, like with that, like teasing that riff and not bringing it back. So whenever I listen to this, I end up listening to that song like 4 times in a row, just because that opening riff on there, when it gets going, it's just so, I don't know, there's a certain, like, there's a majesty to it. And it's just like I got the fist pumping like while I'm trying to drive, and I probably shouldn't listen to it while I'm driving, but I can't help it. It's awesome. But no, it's just top to bottom. It's just like the Nocturnal Triumph. It's stacked with riffs, but it's fun. It's just a ton of fun to listen to. And like, this is probably going to be like an all-time favorite album for me for years to come. I mean, I can't get enough of this album. And then actually the second album that he released this year, Altar of the Nameless Ones, it's good, but I haven't spent nearly as much time with it. And it's a little more meaner sounding. Like it seems like it's going in a more serious direction tone wise, but it's still good. It's still equally as good, but I've been kind of waiting for my CD to arrive first before I really dove into it. Because otherwise there could have been 2 of these albums on this list. I'm just saying, like, this dude is an awesome musician, and like I hope he's cranking out albums for years to come.
Great review. You nailed it.
Yeah, I mean,
fist pumping black metal album.
Like I said, and it's not like you're not going to sit like, it's not something that you're going to put a grim expression on your face and like arms crossed and be like, fucking evil. It's not that kind of black metal album at all. Like this is some shit. Like if he put a live band together and got moving, I mean, like people would be dying in a mosh pit. Like,
totally,
but in a fun way. Like not in like in a serious, like it's not, I don't know. Like, I don't know how else to put it. It's fun, but I don't think it's supposed to be, it's not a joke band, but it's still fun to listen to.
Love it.
Yeah, he's a fairly new guy too. I mean, pretty young looking, actually.
Yeah, super young. But yeah, you guys should check out that Bannerless project as well. It's just the one and done. They released the one album, but it was just like, I was like, holy shit, this is awesome as well. But
yeah, I need to check out his newest Eldritch and then that Bannerless.
Yeah.
Yeah. another one that I need to spend more time with because I listened to it a little bit. I definitely liked it a lot. I had so much other shit that fucking came up, and then I like, you know how it is. Yeah, it's just.
Oh yeah. Well, like Russ
I knew
brought it
you
up.
loved this one, though.
What's that?
Oh, I knew you loved it. I figured this was going to be top for you because.
Oh yeah, it's like there's no friggin' doubt. But no, Russ brought it up the last stream. But even the intro, this is like this really clean guitar intro, but it's so short. Like it's a 4 count. It's just a single bar.
Oh yeah.
Boom, blast off. And it's just like, oh, okay.
Exactly. That kind of
And
that kind of shows
and
you
there's
like
nothing like that on the rest of the album. He doesn't do it at all.
Yeah.
He doesn't do anything like that on the rest of the album. And then the outro is an absolute like homage to Mortis, old Mortis.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's called The Crypt too. So that's perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, like the synth tone and everything. You're like, yeah, that's fucking 1993 Cassia right there. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's a very unassuming album, but yeah, great.
Yeah, there's still cassettes available from Wolf here. I noticed the CD is long gone. It's not listed anywhere, but I'm pretty sure there was only like 50 copies of this thing pressed, and it's in true Wolf here fashion. It's a pro CDR, so it's like decent digipack packaging, but the CD itself is it's just a CDR, appropriate CDR.
Yeah.
So I guess now that gives it some cult status.
Try and get the tape of it.
What's that?
I'll get the tape of it. I've been meaning to get the tape, but I just haven't done it yet.
So wait, where's the tape at? It's on Wolf.
So there's Eldritch has their own page, and then there's a secondary page that's attached to the Wolf Ear Productions site. And then under their merch for Wolf Ear, there's 2 variants of the tape that's still available. I will find that for you.
Gotta grab the tape. You know, when there's nothing else, tape is fine.
Absolutely. Oh, that's annoying. All right, I have to do this way.
Well, that's it. We did it. Oh my God. I mean, I figured
guys.
we were going to be like around 4 hours, but we're getting close to 5. So that's cool. I mean, I figured everybody would have a little bit more time to talk about the releases and whatnot. So I think we had like 12 or 13 people watching at one time. So anybody that tuned in, thank you so much. Great year. I mean, and you guys fucking rule. Thank you all for putting all the work into this. Oh my God. I mean, this was, I think, you know, the amount of releases that we talked about between like top 20 probably is over 100 at this point. So
Yeah.
Good God. I mean, we all have a lot of homework to do. Figuring out what we like, what we don't like, other than what we already picked. So yeah, you guys rock. Thank y'all so much.
Thanks.
Oh, yeah.
Hanging out 5 hours, especially Fan. It's what is it, 2, 3 in the morning?
It's almost 3, but it's
Hope
fine.
you don't have anything
Man,
to do
you're
tomorrow.
a champion, dude.
I'm doing it tomorrow. It's great.
Damn.
Yeah. Taking a walk, listening to some music. That's what I'm doing.
There you go.
Spent all night listening to you know, top 20 of the year. So
Oh yeah. All right. Cheers,
hey guys, I think we're gonna wrap it. We'll call it good.
But,
All right.
Yeah, thanks guys so much. All right,
all right, guys.
we'll keep
Hell
in
yeah.
touch.
Talk to you guys later.
Yeah,
Cheers.
absolutely.
Later.
Later.